Jira, may I check if we've got the numbers? It's now on net part.
Morning, Chairperson. We have the numbers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, greetings to your members, Minister, delegations from
Recording in progress.
Department, civil society structures, and fellow South Africans following us in the streaming platforms provided by Parliament and other platforms. Having been cleared that we've got the numbers to proceed, let's just dispense with the formalities, starting with the rules of engagement on this platform. It's determined by the National Assembly. That is, we are on virtual platform. Let's ensure at all times, honorable members and participants on the platform, that our mics are muted and video cameras off until recognized by the chairperson when they are to speak. In that case, you'll then unmute your mic and switch on your video camera. In case you have got connectivity challenges, you then ask for the permission of the chairperson to switch off your video camera so as to maximize your bandwidth. From time to time, there will be those that may probably lose connectivity and have to reconnect. Ensure at all times as you reconnect to the meeting that your video camera is off and your mic is muted, as mics are sensitive and therefore pick up background sounds that may distract speakers in the meeting. Whilst point of orders are allowed in terms of the rules, members are reminded that you raise your hand using your gadget as raise your point of order. If the chair can see your hand, the committee support will assist the chairperson to recognize the hand. It is at that point that when you're recognized by the chair, you proceed to unmute your mic and switch on your video camera, then proceed to raise the point of order on which the chairperson would rule upon in terms of the rules. We are further guided that we do not raise unnecessary point of orders to a point of collapsing the meeting on the platform. That having been raised, honorable members and participants on the platform, I take it that it would at least make us to use the meeting time quantitatively to achieve the business of the meeting. With that having been said, I would now check with the committee support if there are apologies that have been received for purposes of record. Committee support.
Good morning, Chairperson. We have an apology for the Minister in the Presidency. We also have an apology for the Deputy Minister, DCDT, and also the Acting DG for GCIS will not be here. Thank you, Chair.
Honourable members, those are the apologies received by the office. May I check if there are apologies from members that may have not reached the office for purpose of placing them on record? Seems no apologies from members. In that score, those are the apologies we have. May I take it that those apologies are approved? So approved. We'll then move to the next point, which will be about the items. Honorable members would remember that these items would have been circulated to ourselves. We have just been briefed with regard to item 5, that the item will only probably be 80 seat only on Thursday, and only at that point should we be considering that item. So it's affected in that regard. We do have the letter which we have circulated, but still pending processing in the ATC level. So it's important to clear that part. But of course, in the briefing by the minister, it will then make the determination of what we said to be the committee resuming the meeting at 18 hours, which was more to get into detail on discussions around the SETA APP and related matters. But with the new developments, as I say in the briefing of the minister, I take it that we will also take the committee into confidence so that we know the status of that item given the new developments, so that Parliament is clear where it stands in taking matters forward, of course guided by the actions on the other side in terms of handling that matter. I'm sure members would have seen that there would have been a court matter which relates to the board, and there's a court outcome. But of course, we'll then get that progress and what then happens thereafter. And that will be the determination on how we handle that item when it was from 6. So with that, honorable members, you are all welcomed. Of course, welcoming the fact that the minister is here, even though there's an apology of the deputy minister, but at least the minister is here to proceed. We will really appreciate that, minister. We have received the apology of the minister on GCIS, and I take it that there is a delegation from GCIS that will speak to that item, number 2, in that regard. However, I also want to make the following so that we are at least complete in a proper way with DCDT, that we take the first item on presentations, which would be on the APPs. We just change the order, honorable members, and that we take the briefing with regard to the SABC Sentech tariff matter as the next item, so that as we look at the APPs and all that, we also understand the implications of such an outcome and how it is being processed going forward. Then we can, in that way, take the item on GCIS as well as an item of the committee on the SABC SOC Ltd Bill, which are more of committee items, so that in a way we can release those that need to go and implement resolutions that get to be taken, or programs that are underway wherever they are, having been engaged, and therefore release them in that regard. I would want to guide in that way from the point of chairing the meeting, so that there is a smooth way of engaging, which means to take the presentations, I repeat, on the APP. We then take the presentation, which is also very short, on the Sentech Vs SABC tariff dispute, and then we engage in that scope. After that engagement, we can then, as I said, release those that may be released from the other entities that need to work elsewhere. We take GCIS, thereafter it's the committee items. And as I said, we would have made a determination already based on the briefing by the minister on whether that 6 o'clock resuming of the meeting, on how that item then gets to be handled. Okay, so I take it that's clear. We'll take it in that way. I am making the assumption, members, because we didn't get any query from any member, that you may have not received the documents that have been circulated. And with documents having been circulated, it's an assumption that members have read the documents and therefore would not be going on the line-by-line presentation of the documents, but allow the department and its entities to speak to the salient points that they would want to emphasize to members. And of course, in the engagement, members can go to any page as they would have read presentations in a detailed form. So that's how we're going to approach it. So we are looking at the department, as it usually does, would be following the political input of the minister. And that's where we start allocating the times from the department and the entities. And surely it should be fair to give you 10 minutes of presentation, given the magnitude of the presentations we have received, that they would not really require too much of a time for allocation, so that more time is allocated to the actual discussion. I hope we have an understanding, Minister, on that we only count the time immediately after you speak and outlining how you are presenting at the second part. But for the political overview, we would want you to take the committee into confidence in that regard. If you are ready, Minister, you would then indicate so that we then give you the platform to talk to the committee in presenting an overview of what you are taking before the committee. Are you ready, Minister? We see you, but I want to be sure that you also hear us and that we hear you. Okay. I'm not sure if it is me, honorable members. I see the minister, but I can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
Now I can hear you.
Okay,
on my side.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. If I may greet yourself, honorable members, and all in attendance, and compliment of the new season, because I guess we're meeting for the first time this year, if I'm right. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. We are called upon to deal with the revised DCDT, BBI, Sentech, USAF, items from the APP point of view. Chairperson, we take an approach that says what has determined the realignment could be 2 or 3 factors. One factor is the fiscal revision from Treasury, which got adopted by Cabinet and which redetermined our targets, both on scale and timing. And the 2, that because the minister came beginning, APP having been adopted, they had also to be reorganized to align with the minister's performance agreement. Thirdly, the issue of the disaster as it emanates from the DPME. All those factors determine the realignment. I hope you can still hear me, Chair. Hello?
We can hear you, Minister.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Chair, as from last year, in particular around July or May, we are being driven by the following. 1, the centrality of connectivity, which has become the most critical thing globally, from the point of its ability to allow human beings to have access to online activities, because that is the central platform and the platform of the future. And the capabilities that people require, in other words, skilling those who have to use that connectivity or online access meaningfully. And we also have accepted that because young people are mainly affected by economic explosion and digital economy being their economy, they become a focus, and also women. SMMEs being also key. We've been in New York, spent time. What has become very prominent is that unless SMMEs participate in the digital economy, there is a risk of perpetuating market concentration. There is a risk of also perpetuating inequalities to the extent that only those who are advantaged, who have got access. And it is against that background, the global community emphasize pillars that are key to enabling SMMEs in the pursuit of connectivity. One of those pillars is to ensure that SMMEs have got secure connection and safe and secure connection, and they also are connected in an affordable way in terms of data. 3, that they are made aware of the advantages that lie in the online life, and also they are trained together with their employees. And the 5th pillar is that their businesses can be relied upon by the market as being safe to actually interact with. I'm talking about the issue of connectivity. The other issue that has actually advanced the importance of connectivity being primary to access the online for innovation, being primary to access the online for uploading and downloading, being primary to the poorest people to make sure that they have access to library resources at home through their simple gadgets. All those are the issues that have actually lifted the issue of connectivity. There is a project chair called the Giga Project about connecting all schools in the world. We are working to interface with that program because it's a major program in dealing with issues of inequality. Imagine in South Africa, for instance, where almost everyone has got access to schooling, whether it's a no-fee area, and imagine that translating to all schools all being connected. And when you connect all schools, it means you are dealing with the issue of inequality in South Africa from the foundational point of view. We've already observed that when we connected Kokstad 1,600 houses and Mount Eli 500 houses, how poor people feel the revival and the re-establishment of new hope about the future. I once connected in Kokstad with one family, poor family in that environment, where the kids of around 11, 12, 13 were excited about using their gadget to access library. They used to travel to get to that library at night. Even getting to that library, you wouldn't get all the books you want. And then it meant that you had to stay at home. You had to go there, not get all the books. But now you've got a gadget, you also stay at home, but you've got access to all the kinds of books you want. One of the major issues of connectivity, especially to the poor community, that we have observed, especially in this project of Mount Elif and Kokstad, will be opening a similar project, will be launching a similar project around the 16th in Modimolle and Limpopo. What we have observed is that if you look at the issues that make people build informal settlement around the cities, traveling 900 kilometers from the Eastern Cape, 300 from Polokwane and so on, and various other provinces, 500 from Durban, without having money, having to travel to install informal settlements, the cost they incur when they are not employed anywhere. If you look at the issues that make them go there, look how they can deal with those issues staying at their home wherever they are without traveling, using the money they do not have, because they want to be close to employment, something they can do at home, talk to employment and ask for jobs. They want to be able to sell their products, something they can do online. Here in Mount Elif, we had a certain chap who was selling pieces of chicken, who purely because of this accessibility, and then reduction of the data cost to 500 per giga. Those people, that chap was able to actually multiply the market in the local area in Mount Telif. So we're saying connectivity put across all societies, irrespective of their history and so on, making sure that every South African, the poorest, have got access. It's an opportune moment that we should never actually fail to take advantage of. So those are the key objectives that are driving us in actually driving this. That's why now we have been able to commit, for instance, although targets will be presented here are revised, we had hoped that by end of March, 749,000 households would have been connected. And that would have been as a result of no less than 8,000 what you call Wi-Fi hotspots. Wi-Fi hotspot 8,000 over 3 years. But because the budget has been revised, all those figures have changed, and the DG and the team will lead demonstrating that. But with the resources at our disposal, I'm very much impressed, Chairperson, that around March we would have connected 970 sites. But when we intervened and reworked these things, we talk now thousands of that has been already connected, but the team will present those. And when we talk about, we'll also speak to you, and we'll speak about Sentech when that time arrives. One of the issues would have been the USAASA disestablishment, and that process is ongoing, but it has become clear that you will need a legislation to actually put that in place. As a result, we took a view that until that legislation is in place, USAFs should operate in the normal way they are supposed to. Of course, the USAF money are not money that are directly in the kit of the department. They have, whenever those fees are paid, they go to the treasury kit. It's one of the things that we actually wish we should engage around. Having said all that, there will be challenge. There could have been delays which are due to our own planning, which we accept those. But in overall, Chair, we have tried to turn around the speed and pace of how we do the work, and then the performance to date and the projected performance towards the end of the year will demonstrate that. Without a waste of your time, Chair, I will ask DG to actually lead the details of this. DG.
Honorable Minister, I thought you'd cover the areas I'd asked you to cover.
Oh, okay.
Okay, sorry. Question, you need to make a determination on that.
No, thank you. No, thank you very much. On the Sentech and SABC issue, thank you, Chair. The issue, honorable members, is that, as we all know, Sentech will cover the issue of Sentech and SABC with regard to what SABC owes Sentech. Up front, the rate at which SABC continues to owe Sentech is higher than the rate at which SABC is paying Sentech, which means every given time, the net is liability higher than that which SABC would have contributed, because SABC is contributing no less than 20 million a month, but the rate of debt is actually at a scale higher than that. SABC and Sentech have engaged on this matter, and they had working committees. And remember, there is also an issue of having taken this to the competition commission, which I'm advised will be speaking here. From the competition commission, there is SABC would have expressed view about their non-satisfaction about the tariffs. And from the point of view of the competition commission, they see no reason to raise eyebrows in as far as the tariffs are concerned. They didn't see anything wrong. They used inflationary measure, and from the inflationary point of view, they could not see anything wrong. Against that background, we've been advised that SABC has taken that matter to Competition Tribunal and they are awaiting results. So we are not sitting because we understand this happens, Chair, against the background that SABC is trying to extricate itself out of the state of challenging going concern phenomenon. So SABC will speak. They have got, when their time comes, they will speak, and actually we will table with them the turnaround plan when that time comes, which is also mapping out the revenue strategy they are actually executing, and the skills that they are pulling into the institution. So we've got SABC that is confronted with the going for concern phenomenon, SABC owing Sentech, Sentech being owed that money, having serious implications in terms of their ability to do their work. But we are aware, we are saying this is the process, and two, we are also engaging Treasury with regard to this to check if nothing can be done in as far as this matter is concerned. DG can speak better about that because she's the one who is engaging at a technical level. I've raised this at a political level. We hope so. We hope there will be an understanding that you cannot afford an SABC that will be found wanting during election. So against that background, there are those issues. But I am relieved having spoken to the current management in SABC in as far as their medium and long-term revenue intentions are concerned. We hope they will deliver in line with those. So that's a little I can say, but DG and the entities themselves will go to the detail of that, Chairperson. Yeah.
No, I understand, Minister, you started very early, probably. Just conclude on the SETA so that we are done.
Oh, I thought SETA, you are saying...
We need to make a determination on whether we'll be taking that item at 6 or not, based on
no. When I saw 6 o'clock, I thought you would require that information by that time.
No, it's not.
No, what I want to do, I've asked that we be given. The decision to appeal was taken yesterday. The documents are on my way. Do you mind if you get them before we end here?
No, it's fine, Minister, because it's also about you giving factual.
Okay. Let me state that point when I receive those documents, if you don't mind.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Then we can proceed on the presentations. The 10 minutes kicks in. The DJ seems muted, so we can't hear you.
Very good morning to you, Honorable Chair. I hope you can hear me now. And to all the honorable members on the platform, wish you much success for 2024. Honorable Chair, given that we've got 10 minutes for the presentation, I will then run through the presentation. Safe to say, Chair, that we just want to put a point of emphasis on some of the reasons for the changes, and then also just to give an assurance to this portfolio committee that with regards to the previous APP, we had moved in terms of achieving our targets. In fact, as of Q3, we set at 79% performance. So with your permission, Chair, I will add 3 additional slides that I will just also talk to, which obviously the members do not have as yet, but just to give them that assurance with regards to the previous APP, and also then to emphasize what will be the impact and envisage outcomes for the revised APP target. With your permission, Chair, I'm going to ask Zayton if she can be given the hosting right so that we can put up our presentation. And I would also request that if I could switch off my camera. Thank you.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. As we then proceed with our presentation, I'm going to move quickly to, as the Minister has already alluded, with regards to, we'll move to slide 3, please. With regards to the, in terms of our impact, just to indicate that the 4 outcomes remain as are. Next slide. The next slide basically then highlights the revision, just to indicate to the honorable members that we've basically moved from 35 targets to then the 34. And I want to also just correct what was then typed before as 33. It's actually 34 APP targets. Next slide. The Minister has highlighted the reasons for the revision, owing to that we needed to align to our APP to the Minister's performance agreement, which was then concluded in just at the end of Q1, after we had already tabled the APP. Subsequent thereafter, there were budget cuts from National Treasury. The department received there was a 200 million budget cut, and that resulted in a 5.6% cut from our allocation. And that also required us then to look and to look at the reprioritization. With regard, we also needed to align in terms of the DPME. There's then been a new target that has been asked that we, as departments, we take into consideration, and considering that the department itself is a critical service, essential services in terms of ICTs, we had to add then the target with regards to the disaster management. And then we also took the opportunity to address some of the Auditor General's concerns in the review of the APP. Next slide. If I can then just quickly highlight some of the changes. The outcome, in terms of outcome 1, we remain with the 8 targets. The matters remain safe to just highlight that with regards to the white paper on audio and audiovisual content, pardon me, Chair. I think I'm coming down with the flu. With regards to the white paper on audio and audiovisual content services and online safety, just to indicate that the focus would be on the white paper due to the extensive consultations that we are undergoing, and we also received a written submission, and that will be submitted to the Minister for approval. And then with regards to the Electronic Communications Amendment Bill, just to indicate that the change in terms of the mandate just basically revised the target slightly, but we are still then going to have the there seems to be a sound coming, pardon me. And then with regards to, just to highlight that the main change is with regards to the national cloud computing policy. This basically has been revised from the national data and cloud policy, and that basically was informed by the reprioritization over the implemented government cloud computing policy. And then we have removed 1 target on this priority 1. And this basically relates to the work that we are still doing as a department on the implementing the directives on the data, as well as the lowering of mobile broadband cost. As you know, that the social obligations were imposed in terms of to the operators. They have subsequently signed the agreement with the ICASA, and they've also then reached, the licenses have been distributed, but the work is going to be commencing as of the 1st of March. If we move to the next slide on outcome 2, in terms of increasing access to secure digital infrastructure and services, this remains one of the key priorities areas for the department. We remain with the 5 APP targets, and the subsequent, I want to say substantively, there hasn't been much. except for the realignment that we have put in this area under the SA Connect on the work that the department is doing to align then to the work that is also being the implementation that is being driven by the entities, which is BBI and Sentech. So the role of the department from a smart principal perspective is then to oversee and to coordinate and monitor the implementation of the SA Connect. With regards to the analog switch off plan, as you would know, that the SAC Cabinet has subsequently taken the decision in as far as extending the analog switch off date, the deadline now being December 2024, and therefore the annual target had to then be revised to not only focus in terms of the monitoring as well as the distribution, but then to also take in cognizant of the new dates as well as then what the AG has imposed. Moving on to the next slide, on outcome 3, digital transformed economy as well as the society. By and large, the targets remain the same with regards to this area of work. We are still going to look at the implementation of 2 international programs. We're still going to look at the automation of e-government services. We're still going to look at the implementation of the digital and future skills program, as well as the implementation of the national artificial intelligence plan. In this area, we're now going to focus in as far as the plan itself that will then also talk then to the establishment of other additional centers around the country. And then with the last, if you then look at the last outcome on the high performing and sustainable portfolio, our focus there in terms of critical changes that are indicated was that related to your disaster risk identification. We've also then been asked to strengthen the targets related to the monitoring of the reports on participation of women, youth, persons with disability, in order to look at the participation from a procurement perspective, SMME development, as well as the employment equity targets within the ICT sector. Chair, because I just want to then quickly highlight some of this, we can then move to slide 11. Next slide. On the areas of significant achievement, as I indicated, just to give the assurance to the members of the portfolio committee that as of end of Q3, the department had achieved a 79% with regards to the targets. These are the ones that have been listed below. On the next slide, we basically highlight the ones that were under achievement. These were just basically related to the delays that we had in terms of us then getting the CS on the audio and audiovisual content. But as I said, the target now is on course because we've subsequently received the CS after. And then we are concluding the work on the National Data Cloud, as well as then the work that we're doing under the gender GBV. And then the partnerships as well, partnership programs, we are also concluding on that. As I could then conclude, honorable members, just then to highlight that the department has already started with the implementation of the revised APP, and we are then focusing in as far as then the disaster risk identification, and the department is already responding and assisting the department, working with other departments with regards to supporting the Disaster Management Act, as and when we have been called, working obviously together with our entities as well as the sector. And then they were also concluding the work with regards to the white paper on the audio and audiovisual, as well as the ECA, and as well as the implementation of the digital economy master plan, and the work which is very strategic on the Presidential Commission on the 4IR, the implementation plan, which then the department is coordinating for the country. On program 4, the other change that we envisaged or we encountered when SAPO was then placed under the business rescue, the department basically revised the indicator to align with the indicator of the Minister's Performance Agreement on resolving SAPO's provisional liquidation. And as I said, that now that the SAPO has been placed under business rescue, we will then monitor the business rescue plan and assist then the business, working with the business rescue practitioners. Under Program 5, with regards to the SA Connect, as I indicated, that we continue with the effective monitoring the implementation plan, and that is then being driven by the entities on the SA Connect model, or the SA Connect program. And also with regards to the analog switch off, we will then continue to provide oversight, monitoring, as well as management of this project towards then the analog switch off by December 2024. And this program we are working with our entities on. And then lastly, with regards to Program 6 on the implementation of the Digital and Future Skills Program, we continue to monitor the implementation of the digital skills strategy, working with the private sector as well as other partners, so that we can then upscale the uptake of the digital skills training program in the country, and to then ensure that we're able to participate in the digital economy. There has been some successful programs that also being driven by NEMISA with regards to then the empowerment of youth, especially the unemployed youth in this area. On the partnership agreements with industry to support the Digitech, the target is focusing on facilitating partnership programs to then support the Digitech products and services that are being developed by the SMMEs. Just to indicate that we have about 125 SMMEs who are on the portal themselves, and the program continues to gain much interest and traction. Honorable Chair, that then concludes the presentation by the department on the revised APP target that has been informed, as I indicated, by the Minister's Performance Agreement to ensure alignment, as well as then the budget cuts from National Treasury. But just to give them the assurance that the key priorities for the department towards the work of, towards then achieving the MTSF, the department has maintained, and we are continuing therefore to roll out the implementation of them. Thank you.
DG, let's get your entities in the order they appear to present. 10 minutes rule still applies. You get BBI.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair. My name is Gift Zoa. I'll be presenting on behalf of BBI. May I request to have access so that I can share my presentation?
You have co-authorized, Mr. Zola.
All right. Thank you. Let me just proceed. Okay. Can you see my screen?
We can see, thank you.
All right, I'll proceed. Put it in presentation format. Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, and Honorable Minister. I've got a few slides to present. I'll start with the executive summary of what has changed. We have 3 financial targets that are changing. These are mainly impacted by the Eskom disconnection of our links due to the debts that we have owed them over the past year. As a result, we have lost quite a few clients, and so that has impacted on the sales targets, the profitability, as well as the revenue that we were chasing after. I think I should say maybe upfront, as I proceed, that we are grateful to the leadership of the minister and the department, that I think by yesterday we found each other with Eskom So in the next week or two, we are expecting to get reconnected, and hopefully in the coming year, then the situation will be different. So firstly, the new sales targets, we have revised those from 100 million to 10 million, and that affects the year-on-year revenue growth, which was originally at 15% and revised downwards to 8%, as well as the reduction of the loss. We thought we would reduce the loss by 23 million, but we will only be able to reduce it by 12 million. Those are the financial sustainability targets that were impacted. And then on the SA Connect targets, two were revised for the reasons that have already been elaborated. So for the Broadband Access Fund, the original target was to connect households, 50,000 households, and provide 3,000 Wi-Fi hotspots, public Wi-Fi hotspots. And this would be revised downwards to 10,000 by the end of this financial year, and 300 Wi-Fi hotspots. We still expect to reach the 50,000 by the end of the calendar year and the 3,000 Wi-Fi hotspots. And then on SA Connect Phase 2, the targets have changed. Originally, they started at 9,000, and then due to the budget cuts and also the disbursement of funds, that then got reduced to 8,400, which now we're requesting to move to 4,250. And then we have introduced, due to the requirement by the department, that when we roll out these projects, we should be financially self-sustainable and not come back for more and more funding. So it became quite crucial to develop a commercially sustainable model, which entails that when we roll out these projects, we'll find ways and means and mechanisms to ensure that the company becomes sustainable against all the odds and challenges that we are facing. So this is one of the key targets that we have introduced, which was not there. If I go to the next slide, then to just go into a little bit more detail, although I won't dwell too much into it. So on the first one, on the new sales contract target, initially, just remove this, the baseline, in other words, where we were at Q3, we were sitting at 8 million. The original target was 100 million of new sales contracts. And then we are proposing to change that to 10 million by the end of the quarter, due to the reasons that I've elaborated before. And then on the commercialization, this is a new target that we have said we need to include it. It's so crucial for the sustainability of BBI going into the future. So we have included that. We need to have a signed commercial model that ensures that we work very hard on self-sustainability on the back of the projects that we are working on. And then the revenue target, the baseline is 2% revenue decline. And then the old target was 15% there. So we are proposing to make it 8%. The 2% was the Q3 result. And then we're looking now at the decline of the profit. The baseline was 28 million by the end of Q3, and we had put the end-to-end at 12 million. But due to where we are, we don't believe that we'll be able to claw back. So the impact of the revenue loss, we're changing this to 12 million loss. And then the last slide on the changes, this is now on the connectivity, the SA Connect project, as well as the broadband access project. This is on the total number of hotspots connected to broadband networks. The original old target was 9,000. By Q3, we had not yet nominated the service providers. We could only do that once we got funding. So the whole process of PFMA and so on. So we're requesting that old target, even though it had been revised downwards to 8,415 due to budget cuts, that by the end of the year, the financial year, end of March, we should be connecting 4,250 households, Wi-Fi hotspots, which translates to a certain number of households covered, as well as the commercialization that we had to complete before the disbursement of funds, of the rest of the funds required could take place. The last one is on the number of hotspots connected to broadband networks. So on that one, by Q3, 8,000 households were connected directly, with 200 Wi-Fi hotspots also, public Wi-Fi hotspots installed. The target was 50,000 by March and 3,000 by the end of the financial year. We're revising that to 10,000 by the end of the financial year and 300 Wi-Fi hotspots connected. On this one, I think we begin to understand even more why these areas are underserviced areas for the past more than 20 years, and they've remained so. There is no infrastructure there. So even as optimistic as we were, the SMMEs themselves would need a lot of support, a lot of finance, which they couldn't get so easily from anywhere. And I guess this is why the government has decided to step in and intervene decisively to make a difference in those areas. And so due to those and many other problems that we could talk about, we have not been able to move as fast as we could. But by the end of this calendar year, we should be able to complete the 50,000 Wi-Fi household. Okay, I've been muted. And so we will be completing the 3,000 Wi-Fi hotspots and 50,000 households connected. That's it, my chair. Thank you.
So sorry, Chair. Before he ends, I'm not sure if out of your head, Zoa, the number of SMMEs involved, just for the committee's interest.
Yes, Minister. For the hotspots, for the first one, this SA Connect, where we're looking at the old 9,000, which has changed to 4,250. We have 76 ISPs across the various districts of the country, which employ various people, interns, training. They're making a huge difference on the ground because they are where they are. We are going into the various areas where they operate, and so 76 out of the whole country. We have onboarded them, and they've started with the services, and we're monitoring very, very closely on the implementation and supporting them as best as possible. On the broadband access fund, the project with the 50,000 households and 3,000 Wi-Fi hotspots, we started with 12 ISPs, and that's when also we saw that the movement was very slow due to those problems that we mentioned earlier on, and so we have decided to add 36 more. And give them smaller chunks so that they'll be able to move a little bit faster. So in total, then we have 48 ISPs that are working on the broadband access fund. And again, they do have their own kits, their own people, their own equipment, and so on. I hope that answers the question, Minister.
No, thank you. The next group can present. Sorry, through you, DC.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, Minister, and the honorable members. I think for Sentech, the acting CEO is going to present. We had approximately 5 changes or 5 targets that were amended, and he's going to take the committee through. We can take questions thereafter. Thank you. I think Mr. Lishope, you can take us through the presentation.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, I was just switching between the screens and the presentation here. In the main, Chair and the portfolio, so greetings to the Chair of the Portfolio Committee and honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. Greetings to you, Honorable Minister and the DG. In the main, on our presentation, in the Minister's prelude and the DG's prelude, the changes are driven by the economic factors, physical changes, and in some instances, policy direction, and the impact of load shedding on our APP. So the context is provided in the light of that in our very first slide here, where we do reflect the key drivers of the changes for the Sentech APPs being a load shedding impact on the P&L of the organization. There's also was a policy announcement. The committee will recall that around June, the minister would have made a decision in terms of how we should approach the analog switch off in the form of a two-stage approach. The first stage being end of July 2023, and the second stage being December 31, 2024. So we also had to align our APPs with that policy direction. And there are some external factors, Chair and committee members, which are imposing extended delays in terms of its outcomes. They are legislative and regulatory in nature. One cannot bypass those, so they seem to push us outside the current performance period. So those also influenced and affected some of the KPIs. In terms of the overall KPI for the current financial year, we had 14 KPIs. Overall, after the revision, we are remaining with 11 KPIs. On the content of the affected KPIs, as tabled on the our presentation here, we had four area of performance or outcomes indicators with the 5 annual targets where we are optimizing 2, and then we were requesting that the other 3 be removed. I deal with them individually, Chair. The first being the satellite. In the year of performance, also with engaging the relevant regulatory and approval processes, we realized that the ITU process is quite lengthy in terms of the approval and the allocation of the orbital slot in terms of this KPI. This very same outcome will also inform the cabinet proposal and approval. Therefore, in our assessment,
just take your slides.
Thank you.
The other people are
Thank you, Chairperson. I was about to.
I'm experiencing. So,
you're on one slide. You're on one slide.
I suspect you're on 4. but we're still on 1. Okay. Thank you.
Are you able to see my slides now, Chair?
Yes, we see now it's slide 4.
Thank you, Chair. Can you present now with the slide on site?
Thank you, Minister. There seems to be a challenge when I put them on a zoomed mode. I think I will continue as they are. If you can see them, I think just allow me to proceed. When I put them on the presentation mode, I think somehow they get stuck. So I was busy with the very first one there in terms of a satellite and the identification of the orbital slot, Chair, committee members, and reflecting on the time delays experienced there. We also like to give the committee feedback that this matter was also engaged on during the recent World Radio Conference, which concluded in December. And the guidelines and actions for ICASA, Sentech, and the interested parties has been set clearly that we should be ready for the next World Radio Conference in terms of this particular matter. However, from our recommendation is due to the time that is required, we move this into the following MTF. The next one being the broadcast digital migration, Chair. I think this one, the committee is very much aware of the decision that South Africa, through the minister, has made that the analog switch off be approached in 2 stages. In the main here, we were just aligning our APP with the direction of the minister and the policy here. And then the BBI acquisition concluded, Chair. There is a critical condition precedent of funding in the proposal and recommendations that we are making in merging the two entities. There is funding required here. Now, based on the fiscal challenges that we are facing, we are having to explore external funding options in terms of this particular issue. We are busy with that. It was not budgeted for in terms of timelines. We had relied on public fiscus here. So that has brought about a delay. The process that we are undertaking, at least we would like to secure the intention to fund before we can proceed with this particular issue. It therefore also just pushes the APP into the next financial year. We do want to assure the committee that there is focus on it. We are proceeding with this particular objective as well. And then the last one being on EBITDA, Chair, committee members, we are affected by the load shedding and the dual illumination, and therefore driving our cost a little bit higher than we had planned on our profit and loss statements. So we had to make those adjustments. We also want to just update the committee that we are making good progress in terms of the dual illumination engagements with the department and the National Treasury and USAASA. We are targeting to have this issue also concluded in the current financial year. However, the impact of the load shedding seems still to be severe. We are having to generate the backup power at the cost much higher than if we are procuring from the grid. We procure about R2.50 per kilowatt hour. But if you produce through backup plants, the cost comes to R10.12 per kilowatt hour. So one will just appreciate the cost variation in terms of that. At the planning, we did not anticipate the scale to be what it is coming out to be. So in the main, these are the APPs and the KPIs that are affected in our adjustment, Chair, committee members. We then remain with the 11 APPs. And if you could just confirm if the slides have changed again, Chair.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. And the first one being for Sentech to onboard customers on the cloud platform. And then the second one, the 800 broadband sites. The third one being to switch off all the transmitters above 694. The 4 innovations implemented for revenue growth and operational efficiency. The fifth being the 80% customers satisfaction score achieved, and then the 99.80 network availability achieved. In terms of progress on this APPs, the first 6, we are on track, Chair. There is good progress being made. On some of them have already actually been achieved. The analog switch off has been successfully achieved above 694. Good progress on cloud. The 800 broadband site has already been built and committed in the areas of Mount Aleph and Polokwane, as the minister was reflecting there. And then good progress on the innovation initiatives for revenue generation as well. We are on track as far as these are concerned. Obviously, this last 2 here, customer satisfaction, it's a survey that we have to run. We're waiting for the results at the end of March. But we are driving our service and obligations to achieve these particular targets, Chairperson. And then on the second part of our APPs remaining, we also have the Green Energy Conversion Initiative for cost reduction and also just to preserve the environment, Chair, as a good citizen entity. We're on track with this one. At the end of Q3, we had achieved over 60% of these sites were being commissioned, and we are targeting to achieve all of them by the end of the financial year. Then the 491 new revenue, we are also underway with this one, pushing to achieve this particular target, also on the EBITDA target of 376 million. the 100% digital training. We also on track to achieve this and the clean audit chairperson. In the 22-23 financial year, we achieved 80% overall APP performance. We are still driving to achieve even above 80% in the current financial year, chairperson, in terms of these 11 remaining targets that we are presenting to the committee. The next two slides just breaks down the APPs per quarter in terms of what we had set out to achieve, on which most of them have been processed, chairperson. And as we reflect, we are managing and driving towards an improved achievement in terms of the APP. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Sentech. Can we move to the next, please? That's my turn.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to the members of the PC and Minister, DG, and all the colleagues in the platforms and the chairs. I thought my chair would start and do a prelim of the discussions in this matter. However, Chair, I think I can start if permitted. And I would also like to just be given rights to share. Okay.
Good morning. We've given you rights. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. Chair, if you permit, I do not, the chair hasn't gotten in, she is in the meeting, but I'd just like to perhaps proceed in this regard. Chair, I will zoom in straight into the actual achievements or targets and where the revisions are. So our revisions are mainly based we are not reducing the number of targets. What we have done post the ICASA process was to look at the smartness of our targets and look at in relation to what happens on the ground with the various targets that we have. So aligning the technical indicators to the actual target to try and deal with the matter of the ICASA stating that there's a problem or there's a lack of smartness with our targets, and linking those to the achievability of the targets and the accuracy of the information that we are responding to with regards to the specific targets. So under USAASA, we have not reduced the targets. What we have done is to then make sure that there is absolute alignment in terms of what is happening on the ground, the actual target themselves, including the smartness of the target where it is achieved from a DPME point of view. So those were the considerations that led to us revising the respective targets. So for target number 1 under USAASA, where we are saying that we are tracking the activities on the roadmap for the disestablishment. What we are doing there, Chair, is that we are making sure that the organization is responsive to the targets that it has ability to implement, ability to track, and they have no external dependencies. This target mainly is a target, as the Minister had said, that, driven from a policy point of view and a legislation point of view. So what we are saying that in this revision that we will be tracking activities that the entity is able to achieve and able to implement without the dependency of the law being amended and the act being amended. So that is really the change in this particular target. And then when we go to the second target, which is the response plan to the gender-based violence and femicide, what we are saying, Chair, instead of the 100% achievement, though this target has been a target that the entity has been, I think we've prided ourselves in making sure that we are implementing and we are following through, because this again is in alignment with the minister's performance agreement and assessment. So what we're saying that we will not be able to achieve all the targets because of budget changes in the likes. However, what we are saying is that we will commit to a 90% achievement of all the activities that we've detailed to achieve for the response plan on GBV in the plan. In terms of the stakeholder engagement, Chair, again, that is just really just words, but these targets have been achieved throughout. And the other thing, Chair, that I did not, I've just highlighted in the slide, has shown that in the progress for until this far, this has been the achievement of these particular targets as we go. On the fifth target under USAASA, there has been no change from that target point of view. So even the words remain the same, it is in alignment with what National Treasury requires on the 100 days, 100% payment of valid invoices within 30 days. We are saying there, Chair, that we are keeping this target as is. It is a target of national importance, and we align ourselves to that. Chair, I just need to, as I conclude USAASA, there has been no budgetary changes that impacted the actual targets. We had to move and align some of the targets and look at the budget that is available. But so from the budget allocation point of view, there hasn't been any changes. We were able to move within the allocated budget in the line. We'll move then to USAF. In USAF, Chair, we have, this one has been a lot impacted, with alignment to the gazetted date on the BDM, the developments that are happening around SA Connect and overall connectivity of the country. Chair, so again, here we are reducing based on that the target, the project itself really is a project that one is live. Therefore, it becomes very hard to track on the minute to the hour. However, what we are saying here, because of the past learnings and the lessons learned in the past couple of years, what we are saying is that we will be able to verify 85% of valid invoices for installation in the qualified households. And we are saying that we will be able then to see that achievement of that target, because the most challenging situation there is when we are talking about 100% funding of all installed households. It means that the household that is installed on the 30th, on the 31st, when we close the books, it should be considered as well. However, that is not the case with the project of this magnitude. And all the lines of quality assurance and monitoring and evaluation, we subject the project to, in order for us to fund and be able to back up the funding with its relative auditable evidence. So we are saying that realistically, we are able to achieve a minimum of 85% for the quarter, meaning that it is in retrospect. Similarly, would go to the valid installation, the monitoring and evaluation of that those installations. We have reduced this target again. We've reduced the number of people that are on the ground based on the budget cuts. And we are saying that we will still do a hybrid model of the monitoring and evaluation, where we are doing physical checks, but we are also doing a desktop exercise for monitoring and evaluation. And therefore, we've reduced that target to 7.5 instead of the 15% for the year. And this is also just detailing whether the target has been achieved. The non-achievement on the installations is premised really on our inability to get the funds from National Treasury. As we know that the BDM funds, we have not had any allocation in the current years. So we rely on the retention of funds for us to do that. So Treasury took a while to make those funds accessible to the entity, and this is why those two targets weren't achieved. And then we are saying that on the funding for installed, this is broadband sites that we have connected, we are saying that we are reducing that to 85% from 100%, and simply because we see that the turnaround for us to be on the ground physically, and also to the response of the service providers we've appointed in this regard. There's quite a number of internal processes that they themselves need to go through, which then makes it hard for the 100% in each quarter to be achieved. However, Chair, we have been achieving this target in the 100% funding. It has been difficult, and we've had to really dispose colleagues on the ground each time. However, we are saying that with that reduction to 85%, it will also give us enough time to do a thorough analysis and an accurate analysis that we are able to compile all auditable POE in respect to that. We then have the monitoring and evaluation of the 70% connected site. This again moved from 100%. We are saying that, Chair, we will be able to do 70% of monitoring and evaluation of the connected sites. Again, this then relies on us sending out teams on the ground to verify. Just an example, we did 412 sites, then that meant colleagues needs to be on the ground to verify and monitor 412 sites. So we are again doing a hybrid model there, Chair. Not that this target will not be monitored. It will be monitored in various other ways that are cost effective as well, because there is a huge impact on the budget with regards to traveling for monitoring and evaluation. And on the last target, Chair, there hasn't been any changes with regards to payment of valid invoices within 30 days. That is a target that we are maintaining. It is national, it is important, especially considering that most of the third parties are, therefore it is within our interest as the organization to ensure that we do not then cause any blockages from a finance point of view. And the impact of that target not having been achieved, it was mainly due to the funds I spoke to on retention of funds on the and from National Treasury, and that's really the reason why we weren't able to meet those two targets in Q1 and Q2. Chair, that then concludes the USAF. Again, Chair, I'd like to just emphasize that there hasn't, on the current years and the current quarter, and this quarter, in response to the APP, there hasn't been changes to the allocated budget. However, there has been changes in the overall budget for the financial year, which we are managing together with the department. Thank you, Chair. That will conclude USAASA.
Honorable Minister, I'm moving quickly, as I said, to the part of the tariffs on Sentech versus the SABC, so that we take that.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. Who's going to lead on that, DG?
We have the commission. We wanted to check the delegation.
Oh, thank you.
The only reason I'm doing that is for members to ask clarity to the commission, and we allow them to leave to do other work, whilst we then engage with the overall presentation.
In as far as the commission is concerned, Chair, we're in your hands there.
Okay. Just check, Ajira, if we have the delegation of the commission online here.
Yes, Chairperson, the delegation is online. Thank you.
Okay. I was given an indication that we would have Ms. Tsepe as the commissioner and the leader of the delegation, and Mr. Rachisusu, deputy commissioner, as well as their team that they would be able to introduce. So just want to be sure at least those are on the platform, especially the leader of the delegation, and you'll then take the opportunity to introduce your team in that scope.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. Good morning, Minister and DG and other colleagues. Chair, you are correct. My name is Doris Tsepe. I am here with Deputy Commissioner Hadin Rachisusu, Deputy Commissioner, Acting Deputy Commissioner and Head of Legal, Mr. Bukosiba Akemajenge, and Mr. Andile Gwabeni in the Office of the Commissioner, the Divisional Manager. Also have the Divisional Manager in the Market Conduct Division, which would be the division that would have investigated the matter, and the team from that division which dealt with this matter. Firstly, let me thank the committee for inviting the Commission to come and make this presentation. So this is following the request from the Portfolio Committee on Communication and Digital Technologies to come and present our report of the recently investigated matter. We just wanted to emphasize, Chair, that essentially what the Commission did once it received this complaint, it was to have a two-pronged strategy. And the first one was to investigate the complaint as referred by the SABC. But the second process was to try and undertake a mediation process between the SABC and Sentech to see if there could be some settlement or agreement reached following that process. In respect of the investigation, Chair, we just want to confirm that the Commission did conduct the investigation in relation to the complaint from the SABC. However, the Commission decided not to refer the excessive price complaint against Sentech to the tribunal, and I will speak briefly at a high level on the outcomes of our investigation and why we reached that decision. On the mediation process, Chair, just to confirm, as you would see in that part, that unfortunately, despite that attempt of an independent mediation process, the parties were not able to reach some agreement, and therefore the mediation process was unsuccessful. I'm not going to comment more here, just to confirm that the complainant is the SABC, which is a public broadcaster that operates several radio and television stations. The respondent is Sentech, which is also a state-owned enterprise, which operates in the broadcasting signal distribution and telecoms sector. It offers its broadband signal distribution services to radio and television channels, and that includes the SABC. The SABC alleges that the tariffs that Sentech charges SABC for terrestrial transmission or signal distribution services are excessive and therefore contravene Section 8(1)(a) of the Competition Act. In this regard, SABC refers specifically to analog terrestrial transmission for both radio and television, and the digital terrestrial television transmission, Chair. Chair, obviously, in assessing the complaint, the Commission is guided by the legal framework of the Competition Act, and that is Section 8.1a, read with Section 8.3. And what Section 8.3 essentially does, Chair, is to say when you inquire into whether there is a contravention or of Section 8.1a, i.e., whether there is excessive pricing by the firm, you have to undertake a two-step inquiry. And that inquiry is first to determine whether the price charged is higher than a competitive price and whether the difference between the price charged and the competitive price is unreasonable. This approach was confirmed by the Competition Tribunal in the case of Babelegi Workwear and Industrial Supplies, and the court went on to use this methodology to assess whether the prices in fact are higher and the difference is unreasonable. The Act then tells you what are the factors you take into account, and those are the factors that you would have seen in the earlier slides, Chair, and I won't go into much detail on them. But what we then do following that that legal framework as the Commission, we then conducted an assessment, and that assessment took the form of a price-cost test. So we were looking at the cost, the price-cost test for Sentech, and that was for the period, financial period ending 2017 to financial year ending 2021, which was a 5-year period. And our view and the team's view was that is a reasonable period to assess whether the price, while using a price-cost test, you are able to determine whether there is excessive pricing. What we looked at in relation to the price cost test was to cover Sentech's overall business and the terrestrial transmission services provided by Sentech. I think it's important to note here that in Sentech's financials do not disaggregate cost in terms of its different services. As a result, the Commission had to use revenue contribution to allocate cost for purposes of price cost test of terrestrial transmission. So when we were assessing what that economic cost was, because we were not able to get that from both their financials and their management accounts, and to enable us to do so, we then looked at the revenue contribution on terrestrial services transmission and used that as a basis to allocate costs. And those costs, Chair, includes operating costs, both fixed and variable. And as I said, those would be found in Sentech's annual reports and management accounts. And then the second cost would be the cost of capital, which is calculated by multiplying the weighted average cost of capital with asset value. And the assets used were historical for purposes of this. Hence, it has the effect of underestimating the cost of capital. But also what we did was the weighted average cost of capital was also multiplied by working capital to get the total cost of capital, Chair. When we were looking at the cost of capital, Chair, we modeled 3 scenarios. Using the assumed weighted average cost. The first one was of 0%, and I will explain that the choices of this just now, Chair. And the second was at 10%, and lastly, it was at 13.12. We used 13.12 12 because that's what Sentech submitted, that it made use of this work rate in evaluating its projects. The second one of 10% was what we used because state entities are usually associated with a low cost of capital. And the last was 0, Chair, which was used for purposes of sensitivity analysis. And this is rarely the case, Chair, but we still used all of these three models. And the outcome of that, Chair, you will see in the tables that you will see, or the thank you, Andile has shown you that table. The first table, Chair, is of the overall business using work at 10% for all 5 financial year, and you will see that the average there is a negative of 9%, and the same applies, Chair. And if you could go to the next one on the Sentech terrestrial service price cost test as well for the same period using the 10% rate, Chair. And so essentially, what we found in this was that the markup on economic cost, capital plus operating under these scenarios, both of Sentech's overall business, but also Sentech's terrestrial transmission were negative, being approximately minus 9%. But also in relation to where you had low economic markups, our view, the finding was that they were so low that they cannot sustain an excessive pricing case. And here we took guidance from the SASOL matter. I think it's a CAC decision where the court gave a benchmark of 20%. And because this was lower, and Mapato, you'll confirm, I think it was at an average of, no, I'm saying for purposes of this case, minus 9, that you couldn't then sustain an excessive pricing case. Chair, we didn't end here. What the team also did was to look at tariff increases. And you will see there, Chair, that what the team also tried to look at is to assess the tariff increases that Sentech charged between financial year ending 2018 and financial year ending 2021. And those percentages ranged between 3.7% and 5.37%, which in our view were low percentages and more in line with inflation. And you will see that same assessment for TV terrestrial transmission services revealed also low percentage of between 3.37% and 4.85%. So in our view, Chair, these annual tariff increases were low and in line with inflation, and in fact in line with the agreement between SABC and Sentech, Chair. As a result, Chair, the Commission was of the view that an excessive price case for terrestrial transmission against Sentech could not be sustained given the above low tariff increases and the low margins that we have shown percentage in the price cost assessment, Chair. Chair, I will end here. And I will ask the team if there was something else that they need to add to what I've said. If not, Chair, we will be in your hands.
No, nothing.
Thank you, Chair. I think the team is fine, and we'll leave it to you, Chair. And as I said, I have the team with me here, and if there are any questions, the team will help in answering those. Thank you.
Thank you, the Competitions Commission. As you unshare the document, let me, in the meantime, proceed. Honorable members, I will then check if there are questions of clarity or comments on the presentation by the Competitions Commission, so that once we are done, we are able to also allow them to offload and then engage the presentations as a whole. I see Honorable Bodlani, Honorable Mazone. If there's any hand, I'm leaving behind. I'll get back to that. Maybe let's start. Honorable Bodlani, I recognize.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Chairperson, good morning to yourself and colleagues on the meeting. Just as a suggestion, Chairperson, would it not help the meeting to hear from the Minister before we engage the comments in the report coming from the Competition Commission? I think for me, it would really direct how I would want to position my questions if the Minister was to come in before we express ourselves on this. Thanks, Chair.
I'm not sure, Honorable Bodlani, on what you want the Minister to come on.
Perhaps, Chairperson, let me then carry on with my question. I think firstly, we welcome having the Competition Commission making time to come through to present this. It is quite a sad day that the entities that are both within the department had to find an external entity to resolve the matters. But I think the biggest thing for me that would help is to say, with the report that we are receiving, and then what? Because it's one thing to get the report from the Competition Commission, but to say, what is the way forward? How is the department going to make sure that the findings of the commission, how are they going to translate to the day-to-day operations of Sentech, the day-to-day operations of the SABC? So I would have appreciated that clarity. But all in all, Chairperson, thank you to the commission and to yourself.
Honorable Mazone.
Thank you, Chairperson. I hope I'm audible. I have very bad connection today. Chairperson, I would just like to inquire as to the actual figures that the Competition Commission was working off of. It sounded to me, and I'm not sure if maybe it was a misunderstanding on my behalf, but it sounded to me like many of the figures that the Competition Commission was working off of were guesstimates and figures that were created because actual solid figures and final amounts were not able to be deduced from the entities that the Commission was dealing with. So I would just like to make sure from the Commission, do we think that the findings that the Commission was able to achieve are in fact correct, given the fact that the entities were unable to provide complete and final figures for the Commission, and basically, from what I understood from the Commission, used rounded off and estimated figures? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Mulala, you are recognized.
Thanks, Chair. And let me also take this opportunity to welcome the report by the Competition Commission. My own view is that we should congratulate the Competition Commission, because in my view they've done the best they could under the circumstances, and their findings for me says that the SABC must look for other options on how best to generate their revenue, because looking at the figures that were presented to us, Sentech is not necessarily making more profit out of all these figures that were presented. So is still insisting on pressurizing the Competition Commission is not going to help the situation, in my view, because they have done the work that they have been requested to do. What remains with us and the ministry is how best then do we take the matter forward and ensure that at least we assist the SABC to be sustainable, because I think for me this is just an indication that it's a side tracking for me, because if the finding says Sentech it's still way within its profit margins of less than 10% overall. For me, it then says we have allowed the process, is a fair process for me, and now the ball is, still remains with us. What do we do with the SABC? Because we can no longer argue that the reason the SABC is collapsing is because of the overcharging by Sentech. So for me, let's allow the Competition Commission to leave. Now, for me, they have presented what they have done, and maybe if they just answered Honorable Mazoni's questions, I think it will be the end of the discussion, and then we can look at both the SABC and Sentech and move forward. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mlala. I will then allow the Competitions Commission to respond on the questions that directly to the Commission. The matters that relates to the department and its entities, I think, are noted when we engage the other items that are presented. They will keep this also in mind and could be engaged at that point. So that you just restrict the work of the Commission to its report. May I check the commissioners?
Okay. Check in, hear me?
Yes.
Hello, Chair. Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, we can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think just to be clear, we got information from Sentech in the numbers from their annual financial statements and from their management account. What we're saying is the information was not disaggregated, but that was the information from Sentech. And I'll allow Mapato if you want to add Mapato onto that, but I just wanted to clarify that. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, we received the financial statements from Sentech. We also received management accounts from Sentech, because their accounting model is not disaggregated and we needed to get to the costs of the terrestrial services. What we did, we took the revenue, which is about 75% of Sentech for terrestrial, and used that to approximate the costs for terrestrial. So the information comes directly from Sentech. What we did, because of their accounting model, we just had to find a way to disaggregate to find the cost of a terrestrial, which was about 75%. And that's how we got to the numbers that we have presented. Thank you, Chair.
I'll just check if Honorable Mazone, you are satisfied with the responses before we then release. Honorable Mazone, or you've lost connectivity? Yeah, it seems we'd have lost connectivity. Unless it's me who's not connected.
Listen, Ms. Mazoni is still online. Thank you.
Okay, but I do get an indication now that she's fine.
Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable Mazoni.
Sorry, I was trying to unmute myself, but it wouldn't allow. Chairperson, yes, I am satisfied with the answer from the Competition Commission, but Chair, I do think that it is quite concerning that the Competition Commission was put in a position where they had to disaggregate the figures sent to them by Sentech. It should not be the job of the Competition Commission to do that work. It should have been done by Sentech, and I do believe that Sentech should have sent in more complete and more easier to facilitate financials to the Competition Commission to allow them to do their work in a better fashion. But I thank the Commission for explaining exactly what they did. Thanks, Chair.
No, thank you. Honorable members, I think we should really indeed take the opportunity to thank the Commission. As you would be aware, most of the time when we're to engage this matter, there's always been this pending feedback from the Competitions Commission. And I think we now know where they are. The next processes that would follow are squarely within Sentech, SABC, the department and so on, in assisting to resolve the matters that are in the SABC in particular, but also how Sentech still needs to perform its work. So I think that would leave to the department. And as I said, they've taken notes in the response to some of the questions that would follow. They will also keep these ones that have been asked already in mind. So I want to thank you, Commissioner, and your team, and that you are free to continue in the Imbizo without us entering the space, if you so wish. But if you want to stand on, we will also not really remove you in that way, as this is part of public participation, that you follow our discussions. But you are free to really be excused and get on to do the other work that you need to do, having presented to this committee. We thank you. As we get to members again to engage the presentations, including the engagement of the minister. Minister, I would then get an indication from you, probably just after we have engaged the questions on your readiness to go back to that item that you said you'll then come back to us once you are ready. So I was just saying, for purposes of managing the discussion, that we allow members who want to engage on the presentations to do so. And after the responses, you can give us an indication so that we can make a determination about the 6 o'clock part.
I will abide, Chair.
Thank you.
May we be excused? Thank you so much.
Yes, I've given you that permission. Thank you,
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much.
Your presence. Thank you. Then, honorable members, we will then be allowing you space to, as you've already started, to also engage all other presentations where you want to make an input. I will now recognize the hands that would want to speak on the presentations, including the political overview that the minister has given. I note Honorable Azzona's hand, followed by Honorable Odani. I'll take other hands as we proceed. Honorable Mazone.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, firstly, I'd like to say that I think that the time allocated to the importance of these annual reports is far too short. And I understand that we are in a high-pressured environment, but I do think that a stronger, longer period for us to engage on these reports would have been a lot more helpful. Chairperson, then I have to just say, and I sincerely hope that the Minister agrees with me on this, things are not looking good at all. If I just take the last presentation that we had from USAASA, I mean, the targets not reached are getting to the point of truly beyond worrying. And this is a trend that's going on through the entire department. Now, something has to be deeply wrong for an entity to have reached so few of their targets. And Chair, I have to wonder if that's why the reporting is being done so quickly. It's being done quickly so that a quick report is given to the committee, and then off they go, and it's not deeply engaged with. Chairperson, I'm a firm believer in holding entities to account, and I feel that we are unable to hold these entities to the account to the level that they should be held to account because we simply aren't given the time. So, Chair, in summary, because we have to allow everyone to talk today, I am deeply concerned with what has been presented to me so far. And I think the Minister needs to explain to us what he is going to be doing to hold these entities to account when they come to committee and they present an annual report that they have to us, where 95% is marked red because targets haven't been achieved. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Paulani.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Chair, perhaps just to echo the sentiments and the points raised by the Minister, that ICT really is something that interests the youth, and we should, as a country, be targeting the youth and ICT as an economic stimulator. And what we are seeing today with the reportings by the departments, for me, really speaks to a great sense of regression. And it makes me wonder how we are going to then plan around getting the youth interested in ICT as an economic driver. However, so for me, the concern is that BBI has to reduce its targets. The SABC owes Sentech, and from what we are understanding, they will not be able to pay them. Never mind the Competition Commission's report. USAF is winding down, USAASA is winding down, and there's no clarity on the timelines. Equally on the BBI and Sentech, I think it would help me greatly to just get timelines on everything that is happening so that at least we know how we engage with these entities. And for me, I think I really welcome the focus on the need to end gender-based violence and how the department and the entities are integrating plans to ensure that every pocket of society with the entities is really working to end this. And for me, maybe clarity from the department. The department has repeated it on one or two presentations that they are aligning their annual performance plans with the minister's performance agreement with the president. I tried to look for it. The one I could find was with the old minister, Minister Nchabeni. I could not find one with Minister Kungubele. If they could just confirm that that one does exist, because the only one that is on the website is with the old minister, so that at least we know that they are not tying Minister Kungubele's to an old minister's performance agreement with the president. Chair, I think on Sentech, based on the point I've already made about the regression, Sentech reports that load shedding has had an impact on their profit, leading them to revise their APP. Can the minister just provide this portfolio committee on how he is engaging his counterpart in cabinet to discuss the impact on load shedding on his department? Because at the end of the day, the impact of load shedding trickles down to each and every sector of our society, and definitely this department. So what engagement is the minister having with his counterparts, Minister of Energy, Minister of Electricity, about the impact of load shedding on his department? And it would be interesting for the department to be able to quantify the cost of load shedding to their ability versus their ability to provide services residents of South Africa. While I welcome the explanation by Sentech about the process in the delays in the acquisition of the orbital slot, what was going to be the benefit? And I appreciate that they gave a technical explanation on why they had to drop the project, for lack of a better word. But what was going to be the benefit? What does this mean for South Africa, letting go of such a process? At the last meeting, back again to the issue of Sentech and now what we have just seen on the Competition Commission's report, Sentech spoke about how the SABC debt was affecting their operations, but this did not come through on the APP. With the report that we received today, the big question is, and then what? I think I'm repeating myself, but that's really the point I want to make. Again, on BBI, the report, the presentation says the new sales contract signed target has been revised from 100 million to 50 million. That's half. 15% on year revenue growth. 15% was revised to 8%. That's another half. So essentially, BBI is reporting to the portfolio committee that everything, I mean, the last thing is that 23 million rents operating loss decline was revised to 12 million operating profit decline. That's another half. So it's essentially telling this portfolio committee that Sentech is doing half of what it's supposed to do. And again, it's a regression. How are we going to make sure that the department, the entities are able to really perform at the highest levels of whatever outputs they have, whatever outputs they are mandated with? And just as an interest, how have the recent rains in parts of the country like KZN affected the department and the entities project? Again, are we able to quantify that and provide a cost of what this means? And for me, it's another regression, because the municipalities have failed to provide infrastructure to deal decisively with issues of rain and sewer management, which then affects the work of the department, the investments of the department. I will end there for now, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Bolan. I now recognize Honorable Mlala.
Thanks, Chair. I think my comment will be on just 3 entities. The first one is the USAASA. I thought in the last 2 meetings, we have agreed with the ministry on our approach to USAASA, the disestablishment, the challenges of having to amend the act, and the rising of parliament. That is it not better if we allow USAASA to do its work until the next parliament, so that this decision can then be implemented? Now, we keep on receiving reports that their APP is largely influenced by this disestablishment concept, and it's honestly speaking, it's making it quite difficult for them to operate when they are not even sure whether they are still an entity, they are disestablished when. This is demoralizing in my view. I thought this matter we have discussed and resolved it, but when it appears again and again and again, disestablishment. So I really don't understand how then you expect people to do best. The second issue on ICASA is that in their presentation of the APP, I did not hear them speak to their core business. They are speaking about gender-based violence, many other issues they raise. In terms of their core business, I'm interested in that part. I'm not saying gender-based violence is not important, but I'm saying the reason why we have USAASA and its mandate, it's for specific core business that even if we do other things, 30 days payments and so on, those are supplementary in my view. But the core business, unless if the revised APP is also informed by disestablishment. So let it be clear so that we know that as much as we must not expect a lot from them, because I'm not even sure whether they are established or disestablished now. Maybe if the department could clarify that. And then on BBI, I think it might also be important for them to clarify the issue. How far are they with their ESCOM dispute? Are they getting there? Are they delivering? Is there progress? Is there still hiccups? If we can get that clarity, so that we know as we do the assessment, we also know that their lines are open now. They can operate. ESCOM is no longer stopping their progress. And then regarding Sentech and SABC, my view is that the committee, the ministry must go back to the drawing board with the SABC. I think this thing of Sentech and the charges and so on, it's really a defocus because the Competition Commission has now clarified this matter. I don't know what else do we want. Do we want the Competition Commission to go back again, do the same thing, came with the same results? Really will not be honest to ourselves. Let's focus on stabilizing the SABC, ensuring that if it means going back to Treasury and say, guys, can you intervene as the committee? Let's do that, because really I think we are just... but one of the key issues that I wanted to raise as well with regarding to all these entities is that entities that collapses, there's no clear indication in terms of consequence management. Because if people collapse entities, there should be clear consequences. But our entities are just collapsing and then nobody's held accountable. We don't hear that people go to jail because, for instance, government has given, I'm just giving an example here, SAPO, 8 billion, some 6 years back. SAPO is now collapsed. Who are the people who did all these things? What are the consequences? Is there anybody in jail as a result of that? So I'm saying we must also check on our oversight so that we ensure that any entity that collapses, somebody must be held accountable, so that we don't have continuous intervention. Forever we're intervening, and then what? Somebody is free there. We're changing boards, we're changing all these things, but at the end of the day, nobody is held accountable. So I'm saying that we need to emphasize that as a portfolio committee, because we can't continue discussing entities that are collapsing every day and then no one is actually held accountable. So, Chair, I think that would be my comment with regard to Sentech, SABC. Let's go back to the drawing board. Let's see how we can help the SABC. For me, pushing on the Competition Commission is not a solution from where I'm sitting. And then with regard to BBI, if I can get those responses, Chair, thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Lala. We'll now give the ministry and the department, as well as the entities, you'll indicate how you are approaching the ministry. They are coming right at the end with the department to close gaps, or you start outlining. It's up to you now.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. DJ, can we do the technical response lead, and then I'll come at the end. DJ?
Thank you very much, Minister, and also the comments received from the honorable members. maybe just to start with the first question with regards to the presentation by the Competition Commission. With regards to the comment or the question asked by Honorable Bodlani, we are definitely going to work on the operations following the outcome. In fact, we had a meeting, the minister convened a meeting between the Sentech and SABC on the 25th of January. And one of the actions stemming from that meeting was that we needed to establish or to work out a modality for a sustainability model on the signal distribution. Noting that this matter obviously doesn't just its impact on the SABC, but also on the community broadcasters. So that is the work that the department will be commencing and working on with both Sentech and the SABC. There's also then the matter of the SABC. SABC had made commitment to then say they would like to settle the Sentech debt, but obviously due to its the financial challenges, they've made an application to National Treasury for funding. So if that funding does come through, there is a commitment then to settle the Sentech debt. With regards to the comments that were raised again by the Honorable Mazoni, just to indicate on the valuable question or the comment that she's made, as well as Honorable Molala, on holding the entities to account. The minister actually does convene an exco of the entities every 2 months, just to check in terms of their cross-cutting projects. Over and above that, through the Entity Oversight Division, the entities are subjected to submit their quarterly reports, which we do analyze and we give feedback to them. It's this very same quarterly reports that we do also table to the portfolio committee. So I think there are a number of structural accountability layers in as far as holding the entities to account. And we also do work with the Office of the Auditor General to then address if then there are matters stemming from there, and we come up with we've come up with an integrated audit action plan for the entire portfolio, just to also track from the progress with regards to mitigating or addressing the audit findings. I do want to indicate we are trying to, where we want to improve is to improve on the turnaround times, because the entities obviously submit their reports a month post quarterly. Where we would like to do now is to basically establish forums, and our forum where we actually track the implementation during the quarter, so that we are not reacting as post, but rather assisting with the ensuring accountability as well as the implementation as it is live. With regards to then the question that was raised by Honorable Bodlani, I'm going to check Honorable Bodlani on the performance agreement of the minister. You're quite correct that on the website, I think it was shared the former minister, but just to indicate that where the alignment of the APP is with Minister Gungubele's performance agreement that was concluded, as I indicated, end of first quarter. I think through obviously the minister can, with his permission, we can then share the performance agreement with the portfolio committee. On the issue Honorable Bodlani raised on the impact of the load shedding, just to indicate that we are working with the Ministry of Energy, and we also do participate in the Energy Task Team, which is an interdepartmental together with ESCOM. Over and above that, through the regulator, we've also established a forum basically to assist or to work with the sector. The big challenge there has been is that the sector has made a number of concessions in as far as what we call pulling back, providing, or they say they've got excess capacity where they would like to provide back to the grid. This matter is still under consideration between the Minister of Electricity as well as ESCOM and the municipalities, because obviously they would then be the ones who would be the direct beneficiary or contracting partner. But however, we have highlighted and we've made engagements with regards to the impact of load shedding. I think obviously, especially for our entities in terms of the service, from a service delivery perspective, there has been a negative impact. We've made that submission very early in the year. I think it was around February. And we had made some requests in terms of then some concessions. We are working with the regulator in the areas that we have control over. We've also requested some of the concessions to the Minister of Trade and Industry, and they've also assisted us as well in terms of addressing some of the concerns as far as competition issues, so that we can be allowed amongst our sector and portfolio to be able to exchange on that. And we're also utilizing the sector's capabilities, as I said, in terms of their own alternative energy slot to then assist us in terms of offsetting it. But I think you would have seen, and I think Sentech can come in after this as well as the SABC, that this has probably then led to further financial constraints from their side, because now they've had to basically put in an additional line item in as far as then the procurement of diesel, and this obviously has had an impact with regards to their budget lining, but I'll leave further details of that to the entities to respond. We've also had other challenges in terms of our service delivery on the load shedding, Honorable Botlani, as far as then the delays in the rollout of our programs. For example, the connectivity that we have in terms of the SA Connect as well as the BDM. Especially because we're using ISPs and SMMEs who may not necessarily have sufficient stock. So where we had to test as far as the deployment of the equipment that we do put, there has been delays because they would either have to work within the timeframes of where power is available. Alternatively, there has been very few of those who had had to carry mobile generators to be able to test that the equipment is functioning well. So there has been the impact on the load shedding has really had its dire impact on us, but we are trying to fast track the delivery of our programs despite these obstacles. Also, Honorable Botlani raised the issue with regards to the impact on floods. In the KZN, we have been working on the disaster management. In that, we did report some time back, but we can make that information available again, where there was then a negative impact, for example, on the BDM project, and there were a number of the households that were already connected or migrated to broadcasting digital. We've now checked and accumulated a figure on the ones that obviously have been affected, and we're now looking in means of replacing those equipment once obviously the households have been rebuilt, and we would then be going back in there. So we are working with the Department of COGTA, the local or provincial structures, entities in that regard. And that's why then the DPME has also requested us to make sure that we actually add a target with regards to the disaster management, because we're seeing a number of the disasters, whether it's going to be flooding or fires or other means that have had an impact on that, and we've been called out to then basically to assist, because ICTs are considered essential services. The Honorable Mulala, I think the other questions that you had raised relate to then USAASA, Sentech and SABC, which I'll request them to respond, but just to give them the assurance that we do hold the entities to account, and we do have regular engagements with them in the structures that I had alluded to. I just wanted to touch on, with the permission of Sentech, on the delays on the orbital slot comment or question that was raised by Honorable Botlani, just to indicate that just because the target was moved out of the APP of the business plan of Sentech, but it still remains within the operational plan. The reason for that is because of the external dependencies that the issue of the application of the orbital slot requires us engaging international parties such as the ITU and obviously the engagement that took place at the WRC. So there are a number of external dependencies which also then doesn't give us the definite timeframes. Additional to that, I just want to give them the comfort to say we do have a strategy that is currently being engaged on, and we will be tabling it to the minister. So want to emphasize that it is imperative that South Africa has its own satellite for communication. And we are working on that, but there are a number of dependencies on that. As I said, the orbital slot is one. Funding as well would require is another dependency that we are still working on. But we are engaging the ministry and the department, and then we'll also then from there engage wider government to get the buy-in. We have engaged the sector in as far as those who are already utilizing satellite to then say, should South Africa invest in this, it would be a South African Inc., which is a private-public initiative, and this is the direction that we are advancing at. Sentech can provide further details on that, but maybe to then say, at the time that the strategy has been approved, we will then come back to the committee just to appraise them on the process as well as to take them on board on the strategy and the implementation thereof. Minister and Chair, with your permission, I'd like to then hand over to the entities to also respond. Perhaps we can start with BBI, followed by Sentech, then USAASA and SABC. Thank you.
All right, I will proceed. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, DG. So the question related from Honorable Mlala about the Eskom dispute, it has gone for too long, and this also answers the other question from the Honorable, I don't remember who raised it, but about the regression in terms of the financial targets. What we have reported is that the disconnection happened, it's going to more than 1.5 years now. We have done everything possible to find mechanisms and ways to resuscitate the network and use third parties, which are so much more expensive and so on. But in the process, we have lost quite a few of our clients, and each of our clients is mostly a wholesaler client. So you can imagine the magnitude of loss that goes through with that. And this is what has impacted on the financial regression pertaining to the revenue, to the sales, and the profitability. I think now we are happy to report that until yesterday, at least with all the engagement and the interventions from the department and the minister, that we have found each other now. We have signed with Eskom an agreement for them to reconnect us in the next few days. I'm in direct contact with their group CEO and monitoring the situation. They required us to pay a certain amount of money before the reconnection. We did that yesterday. So we're just waiting for the actual reconnection to happen on the ground, and then we will start resuscitating the network and hopefully recovering the lost clients. Once this is done, we're going to go into an IGRFA negotiation with them so that we prevent this from happening in the future. And that should assist then with the perpetual sustainability of the BBI business, so that we can focus on the actual connectivity of the underserviced areas and the rural areas as is our mandate. Thank you, Chair. I don't know if there's anything else to be answered. Back to you, Chair.
I'll come in on Sentech is directed. I think firstly, I would want to welcome the comments which were made earlier by Honorable Mazon in terms of providing the disaggregated information in addition to the audited financials which are submitted to the Competition Commission. We welcome that. I will then also move to firstly address the question by Honorable Bodani. Firstly, on some of the load shedding initiatives. in addition to what the DG has indicated, which are some of the engagement that are happening at the department level, at entity level, and it's also on our APP as well. We have started a program of converting some of our sites into renewable. And the net impact of that is that there will be cost savings in operational costs, in as much as at this stage is capital intensive. And I think also in line with our quarterly reports, that target is on track. So the cost savings stemming or mitigating the risks imposed by load shedding would start reflecting when some of these or the renewable strategy has been fully implemented as well. And that will add to some of the engagement that the DG has indicated are taking place at the department level. Another question by Honorable Podlani that I want to talk to is where she was highlighting that the impact of SABC non-payment to Sentech is somehow not reflected on the amendment on the APP that were being presented. I think it's important to clarify that on the APP, the only target that was there that we are amending is the one that has to do with our EBITDA, which is the operating profit. And included in there is an element of the provision of debt, which we had to do in accounting for the non-payment by the SABC. So in terms of the impact, financial impact is mainly reflected, Honorable Bodani, on our reserves, which are reducing at an accelerated rate. And that was not included in the presentation for today because we were limiting it to only the EBITDA, which has been reduced by approximately 8%, which is a compounding effect of also the load shedding effect, the provisions that we've had to make. I would then want to welcome Mr. Lishope as well to come and respond to some of the questions or also add. Mr. Lishope, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, I think let me also appreciate the questions raised by the committee. I will fill in gaps where the DG and the Chair may have not covered. So I think on the load shedding issue, Honorable Botlani, in terms of what are we doing with the department to analyze and intervene on this load shedding issue. There are other processes, as the DG have reflected, but we also, on the 1st of December 23, so the regulator published a notice of intention to conduct an inquiry on the effects of load shedding across the sector. We are responding to this issue through the regulator, whereafter we believe the regulator will then guide in terms of the next actions and also inform the minister on the way forward. However, it will take time. It is a process. It will certainly fall outside the current financial year, hence you seeing our approach in the current financial year. But going to the next year, we believe there will be structure and process and guidelines in terms of how the issue of load shedding should be handled across the sector. Your next technical question, Honorable Botlani, means what are we losing by shifting the satellite target to next year? So I think first we must clarify that we are not dropping this target completely. We are saying as a result of external factors delay, we want to move it out slightly to the next financial year. The benefit of the satellite for South Africa, Honorable Botlani, includes cost reduction. Just from Sentech's side, per annum, we're spending around 300 million just on satellite. And this technology and capability is provided by external parties, countries based outside South Africa. And if one has to quantify it across the sector, obviously with other entities, it is billions and billions of rands that are flowing out of the country without control as well, because we are reliant on external parties to provide us these services. So in times of tensions, political tensions, we could be a little bit exposed. So the benefit that we're trying to achieve here is to strengthen our self-reliance in terms of this issue, which then takes me to the issue of technology sovereignty and technology self-reliance. Honorable Botlani, it's an important issue for each country. We believe as Sentech that we should strengthen our technology capability to a point where we are self-reliance and to de-risk ourselves from some of the external dependencies that could, in some ways, minimize our ability to provide services. So there are also issues of information and data sovereignty, which I think the department and the minister will reflect on. But I think the other points related to floods, how has the KZN, Eastern Cape and Western Cape floods affected the entities? It wasn't as severe, Honorable Botlani, as the last one. Some of our infrastructures were affected and locked out by floods. In this case, only one of our sites from a Sentech perspective in Villiers-Thorpe in the Western Cape was affected. However, with our disaster management intervention, we were able to reach the site with over-the-air transport helicopter to get our colleagues to sites and transport diesel where it was necessary. Therefore, the services were not affected, Honorable Botlani. And then Honorable Malala and Honorable Botlani raised the question of what then and what is the way forward on the Sentech SABC issue. As my chairperson reflects, there are operational impact and sustainability impact by the current situation. And we also still want the committee to note that signal distribution and broadcasting in particular, chair and committee, is inherently costly. So we would have come to the committee in 2020 to just reflect on what the cost drivers are that informs our tariffs, and being the technology itself, the people and the processes, and the energy and satellite being the main cost drivers there. So the costs are inherently high from the provision of the service approach point of view. So the engagement and the way forward, appreciating this, should be to then how best to cover that. And I think we very much appreciate the committee's view that we need to look into this matter into a way forward of how can the SABC be assisted and supported in dealing with this matter going forward. I think from Sentech point of view, we've really done our best to try and prove that we are not exorbitant with cost, we are not putting unfair and unreasonable margins on our tariff. And we've also, for a very long time, been carrying the SABC operation, which is becoming a serious challenge now we're having to manage with cost containment. So we really do appreciate that there needs to be an urgent way forward on this particular matter, I think in the interest of a Sentech Sustainability Committee Chair. I thank you. I'd like to stop here.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'll start with the questions surrounding the performance overall of the entity. The presentation was mainly focused or premised on the revised APP, noting that on the 20th of this month, we will be coming to the committee to present our performance Q1, Q2, obviously and highlighting the current performance, which has improved. I need to just emphasize we're currently sitting from an APP achievement, USAASA with 60% and USAF with 80% for the respective quarter. So from a performance point of view, the entity has really indeed improved. However, for the benefits of this presentation, we did not prepare that because it was just a revision APP. When it comes to the matters of the relationship between the co-mandate and what USAASA does, USAASA is the administrator, so it takes care of employees, takes care of the prominence of the organization, reputation, etc. And USAF takes care of the actual mandate and the deliverables. And though both these entities have their separate APPs, and therefore I presented the APP of USAASA, which then would deal with the social aspects of the mandate and the administrative aspects of the mandate. And when it comes to USAF, it then talks to the core mandate, which is the deliverables of the broadcasting mandate that we have, which is the BDM, and connectivity, which is the broadband. And those I also just detailed there where the changes were. So the chair, I just thought it would be important to just separate the mandate. So the mandate of the organization really sits within USAF, which is the fund, and then the administration dealing with the day-to-day employment of employees. And I must also just emphasize, in light of the disestablishment, we have been given the moratorium has been lifted by the minister, and we have been given the ability to then source the executives. We've currently gone out on market and advertise the same. So that process of establishing or bringing some stability to the entity while the political lead focuses on the legislation is underway. And I think we have been given a leeway of 3 years so that, you know, this is sufficient time to make the entity run and give it its support to run effectively as such. With regards to the load shedding, what we have been doing on our end, we have been discussing with having several engagements with our service providers, which sit in this platform, likes of Sentech and the likes of BBI, because it does have an impact on our projects from a social point of view, and also from the operations point of view, the delays in the deployment of our projects that are sitting, which is the core mandate. So we have been having discussions, and they do require quite, you know, in-depth analysis, and also the funding and the cost element that then we would then need to respond to, whether through the service providers or ourselves. So we are in engagements and trying to really get to the bottom of it. We do see the impact directly because when you do an installation, when there is load shedding, you cannot test that the installation was successful or not. So this is just to give the committee some assurance that the organization, the entity, is on top of this particular matter as well. Chair, I think those covers the issues that pertain to questions to USAASA and USAF. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, in line with the directive of the DG, I will come in for the SABC. Maybe through the DG and the Minister, and through you, Chair, noting that this is our first engagement since the board of the SABC has finalized the appointment of its Group Chief Executive Officer. I should take this moment to just briefly introduce the new Group Chief Executive Officer of the SABC, Ms. Nobsa Chabedi, who started on the 1st of February. She is joining us here in the platform. I will, at the tail end of my contributions to the engagements here, ask her to come in because she had to hit the ground running. She is also here with Mr. Binza, who has been the acting Group Chief Executive of the SABC. I'll allow them to come in, and when she come in, maybe she can just put her video on so that she can be introduced to the members. So I'll just maybe speak at a high level on two issues. Let me start with the easier one, the implications of load shedding. Of course, for us, yes, there is the additional costs of the backup power to ensure that we remain on air on all our platform, regardless of the load shedding schedules, as it were. But for us, the bigger impact of load shedding is on the revenue side of things, not so much on the cost side of things, because load shedding means that we lose viewership numbers, which then has implications for our advertising revenue. And I think maybe the colleagues can speak a little bit more on that one. I'll conclude, Chair, with the issue of the Sentech and the presentation that was made earlier on by the Competitions Commission. So we hold a view as the SABC board that notwithstanding the outcome of the Competitions Commission, we have a fiduciary responsibility to take this matter further to the Competitions Tribunal. And the reason for that is that we believe that there are merits of concerns on the methodology and the approach which the Competitions Commission has adopted, which they presented also here this morning. And I think our concerns are somewhat aligned with the question that Honorable Mazoni asked around the question of the lack of, the provision of direct costs related to the provision of the transmission costs for the SABC, and having applied the same data that the Competitions Commission would have applied in recalculating and trying to determine what the cost should be, which should then determine what should be the fair tariff. We come to different outcomes than that which the Competition Commission arrived at. So we are of the firm view that a prospect exists, that the Competition Tribunal can arrive at a different conclusion, given the concerns that we would be putting forward to the tribunal in relation to the methodology and the approach that the Competitions Commission applied in arriving at its conclusion. So we think that we should be allowed the space to exhaust that process from a point of view of the SABC. Where we fully agree with both the sentiments that has been expressed by the committee members and Sentech, for which we must say we're grateful of the continued support that we get from Sentech despite the challenges, is that the resolution of this tariff question will not resolve the problems that the SABC faces today. Yes, there can be some notable contribution in a better cost structure for the SABC, but what is important is that, firstly, we acknowledge that as the SABC, we must devise interventions that enables us to trade ourselves out of the hole that we find ourselves in. And as the Minister indicated earlier on in his introductory remarks, we have gone through a process of applying ourselves in the development of the 5-year strategy for the SABC, which its implementation, we believe, should assist the SABC to turn the corner. And that process has been concluded. We have also received comments from the department, which we have now incorporated. And at some point, we should be able to come here to the committee and present that. So we believe that more effort needs to be made internally, but we also believe that the intervention that we asked for, that the DG reflected on of an intervention from the government through the Treasury, is also needed as a matter of agency. I must say at this point that whilst we have asked for this intervention from the government, we are doing everything in our power internally to improve the fortunes of the SABC. To this end, we would have reported on our previous engagements with the committee that we have implemented a short-term intervention strategy, which was blessed by the Minister. And where we are sitting is that we are forecasting to at least halve the loss that we have inherited when we came into office in April of 1.1 billion by the time we get to the 31st of March this year, which will be the end of the 23-24 financial year. So all efforts are being put internally by everybody to improve the fortunes of the SABC in that regard. So I thought maybe let me just at that high level speak to those two issues: the question of the impact on the of load shedding and the presentation that was made earlier on by the Competitions Commission. But at this point, Chair, as I indicated through you, I would like to ask the new Group Chief Executive of the SABC, Ms. Chabedi, maybe to just switch on a video for introductory purposes, and then she can maybe speak a little bit about some of the matters that have been put forward by the committee with the support of Mr. Binza, as she is still fairly fresh. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we managing time also.
Did you?
Is
there any out? Oh, sorry, Chair. Sorry.
No, that would have been the last, the entities for give to you.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, CEO. Through you, Chair.
Okay,
I asked the CEO to just introduce herself. Through you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Khatu, and good morning, Honourable Chair and the members of the committee. As per the Chair, I've recently joined SABC on the 1st of February, and I've had to hit the ground running.
Can you show your face, CEO?
We can't see you.
I'm trying to show my face. I'm in a boardroom where my technology is failing me, so I'm unable to show my face, unfortunately. Yeah. I'm sitting here with Mr. Binza.
So we can
there we go.
just know that you are boardroom 27.
Okay, are you able to see me now? No, still.
No, you are still operating in the dark.
Let's try again.
Thank you.
I'm sure you can see me now.
Yes.
Maybe let me start again. Good morning to the Chair of the Portfolio Committee and the members, and also to the Chair of the SABC, and thank you for this opportunity. I think the Chair has covered the key issues in response to the presentation that we saw earlier from the Competitions Commission. And just to reiterate the point that the SABC believes that there is still an opportunity for us to go to the tribunal just to get some clarity on just some certain issues that we believe that still need to be addressed and unpacked. That would really help us move forward with this matter. And the second one, I suppose, is also to speak to the issue of load shedding, which is very critical to us. And the most important one is really the impact to our audiences. What we've seen is that the reduction in audiences has a subsequent impact on our ability to make revenue out of our advertising. And therefore, we have prepared a document that we will be submitting accordingly. But that is the biggest impact for us. It's more a revenue impact, whereby we are unable to retain audiences due to just the impact of load shedding. I'm going to hand over to Mr. Binza, who might have some additional comments on this matter. Mr. Binza?
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair of the committee, the committee members, the Honourable Minister, the Director General, the Chairperson of the SABC Board, and the Group CEO of the SABC, and to all the colleagues. The Chair, from an SABC perspective, We think the chair of the SABC board has covered largely most of the issues that we are picking up from the analysis that the Competition Commission has done. But we will then, proceed and directly try and access the Competition Tribunal. From our perspective, when we did our own analysis, which wasn't really considered by the Competition Commission, the gross profit margin from Sentech on their operational centers is around 55%. And their net profit margins is around 10%, which then says there is a lot of overheads, what you would call head office costs that we are paying as the SABC, which we are objecting to. Hence, we think the direct access to the Competition Tribunal would actually help us. The second point, Chair, from an SABC perspective, is that when Sentech was decoupled from the SABC in 1996, there was an understanding that Sentech will charge the SABC a cost-reflective tariff. The Competition Commission hasn't given us the tariff. They just went through the numbers and then they came back and they said they think that charge is fair. They're not saying what is the tariff, which in our case, we assume that might, be the current tariff that is there, which we strongly believe it's not. Just to finalize on this point, Chair, we've been presenting to ICASA on this matter, not just as the SABC, but as the industry with excessive pricing from Sentech. And there's unanimity on the fact that the prices and the tariffs that are charged by Sentech are excessive. Hence, we think the Competition Tribunal would actually have a different view, maybe from the Commission. On the issue of load shedding, Chair, the SABC is really not on from a cost side. I think the chair of the SABC board has actually covered that. It's more on the audiences. When it's stage 6, Chair, for instance, we actually lose around 20 to 30% of our audiences. And as you would know, audience numbers in a broadcaster is actually their currency. And therefore, for us to lose anything close to those percentages, it is actually going to compromise the organization. Hence, we really have any, even though we've got platforms like our SABC Plus platform, where we always try and do repeats, but it's not enough sometimes to our audiences who sometimes can't even afford data to play some of those repeats. So there's a huge impact, Chair, on that. And I just received something now from ICASA where we're supposed to submit again another load shedding impact to them because they are doing an inquiry on that. We are making that submission very soon as well, Chair, but it is impacting the SABC quite directly. Thank you very much, Chair, and I'll hand back to you. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, want to come in at this point before we summarize?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you, Minister.
Thank you. I think Ms. Matikizela has actually addressed the concern of Ms. Mazoni, Honorable Mazoni, on the USAASA. I don't want to repeat that. A lot has been cleared by the technical team, so I won't be long. Chair, I think they have gone a long way to explain a number of things. But I thought it's just important to say to Honorable Podlani, regression is a problem in as far as the urgency for connectivity is actually concerned, especially to the extent that it places South Africa in a healthy competitive situation with other countries. Well, we know the reasons, but however, if you check, you will find that with that regression, this year at the end, we'll have connected far higher than any other year in terms of what we're trying to do. So in other words, it's an improvement at a reduced what to call level. From the desperation point of view for connectivity, you would call it regression. But from the technical point of view, it's an improvement, but at a reduced what to call rate. That's the point I wanted to make. If you look at what we have already done from during this financial year and what we hope to do at the end of the financial year. I think USAASA issue has also been clarified that in our view, because USAASA's disestablishment, it became clear that it has got serious legislative implications, which will take time. And then so we have to make sure that USAASA work on the basis of certainty, that they must continue to work in the normal way. A board must be changed, they must hire, and so on, so that they are able to be value-added, because a continuation of any confusion without that legislation is actually very costly to what to call to the bigger program. I think issue of load shedding has been dealt with, Chair. On the issue of SABC and Sentech, my humble proposal, Chair, is that let us allow SABC to go to an independent tribunal, which is the course they have actually chosen. But what comforts me, Chair, is that SABC accept that they are indebted to Sentech, and that matter needs to be resolved in the meantime. So at least there is no conflict in my view between the two. Lastly, on Sentech, I think Honorable Bellan on the satellite asked a question whether there is a what if we were talking in economic language, like on the satellite, is there any opportunity what to call cost? What I wanted to say to Honorable Bellan that indeed those regulatory challenges that Sentech had to proceed delay the opportunity to ensure that, like he has said, we reduce the cost. Also, over and above, we improve both technological sovereignty, including data sovereignty. I thought it was important to raise those. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister and the team. Thanks, honorable members, for your inputs. I think in summary, honorable members, what's clear is that we do understand and welcome that the presentation is a revision of the APPs which would have already been submitted, and therefore the focus would have been on areas affected by either the budget cuts, by alignment to performance plan, and of course planning issues as it relates to time and release of funds in some instances as presented. Probably Minister and your team, what then gets to help, which will not only help the committee members, but also help the content advisors who must also assist the committee in analyzing the information. It would have been helpful that we get a sense, like I think it's Sentech, USAASA, BBI this morning, they've also tried to do the same, that you are able to indicate, especially because we are in the last quarter of the financial year, a sense of what was available has been done in the first, second, and third quarter, so that if you say 76% has been achieved, what does that mean? But in more practical terms, because we also look at the impact in changing lives of the people on the ground, the information will then be helpful even for us in constituencies, that these areas have now been connected, which were never connected before. I think you gave an example of two spaces in the Eastern Cape, if not mistaken, Kokstad and so on, and that you are now going to Limpopo, which just two examples we're giving. But I'm just saying, at least when you say we've got these Wi-Fi hotspots here that are 300, we can have a touch and feel of that. And that the people to whom these services are geared to also see the impact of that changing their lives. So that when we tell this story, it's not for the committee, but people on the ground attest to that, as we have seen with our oversight in some of the areas where BDM would have been implemented, how it has changed the lives of people. But the second point is that really, because you are dealing with the revision, the assumption surely that you are making is that because it has served before, members would be geared up to understand why that change in that space. I think it also helps just brief background of saying this is where things were and this is what this change indicates. So that also the change is not assumed to mean that nothing will happen in that space when in fact something has happened or something is to happen in that space by the end of the financial year. So I just thought it's important to clear that, because I could pick up when Honorable Mazzoni was speaking, she was referring to annual reports and that we needed time to discuss this part, and we're not dealing with it, but the revision of parts of the APP. And I think that background information could have helped, therefore, to make proper interpretation and what needs to be done to take the item forward. So that's one point. The second point to make really is that as it relates to the part of the SABC and the Sentech, we have to respect indeed that it's taking the turn of getting to the tribunal to put more facts on the table with the hope of an outcome that will be in favor of the SABC. But I think, Minister, I thought would also get yourselves an opportunity to indicate as to what then, as the shareholder department, are you doing to help the situation, because the judgment may not come now, looking at the time it has taken for the Competitions Commission to actually produce a report, and how many times as the committee would have received a report that no, was still waiting for the Competitions Commission. At least to give that sense of hope that the department and the ministry already, they are in a process of intervening to resolve that impasse, given that they are under the same portfolio, as Honorable Mlala would have said. So that it's not like we're all dependent on what the Competitions Commission at a tribunal level now, as this is challenged, what will happen. And that may happen probably when it's elections, looking at the time it has taken. Not that I'm saying it will not receive priority, but it's also dependent on matters that are before them that need attention. But the problems are with us now. And I think that intervention on how best to resolve this thing of the cost, especially because of it's a state to state, but also in the same portfolio committee. And I think Mr. Binza, in his explanation, he draws it even back to a point where at one point this would have been within the SABC and had to leave, and there was an agreement of some sort, which the agreement they believe has not been kept over time as the costing changes. Right? So which confirms, as I say, the same thing, that whether it was to separate, it was a decision taken from a shareholder point of view. So the intervention, even now, it's still needed from that angle, without undermining the case that the SABC is bringing before the tribunal. So I thought we would come out clear on that this is what, as a department, we are doing, at least in the interim, to try and resolve that matter, because the Competitions Commission's report, quite clear, they were reluctant to take the matter. They were allowing a mediation process first, with an understanding that there could be an agreement reached with the same portfolio. So I thought I should emphasize that point, that yes, tribunal, but surely there are already activities from the side of the department and the ministry to try and focus on this matter. I think the third issue that we're all clear on, I'm happy that you've repeated it again, Minister, so that it doesn't come again with regard to USAASA, that you are now working on capacitation because the law that enables you to proceed with that disestablishment has not been enacted yet. And yet they have a mandate to fulfill under the current legislation. So that is now, it is happening. We can then charge them on the basis of them not being able to do what they're supposed to do, not because there's uncertainty on what needs to happen. The fourth point is really that you may want to also come to this point of the BBI Sentech measure. That measure has now been changed. Initially, it was going to be on the basis of amendment of legislation. When it became clear that it's not going to happen, then there was an issue about acquisition of shareholding, 74% of shareholding at BBI. But the report from Sentech does indicate that this will need funding available, and therefore they're looking at different options and so on. You may then need to, I think, indicate to the committee and South Africans, just to give that certainty, that the BBI has to carry out the tasks that they have presented to us today. Even with them, if there's uncertainty on what happens, you are likely going to lose the best skills you may need, because they are looking for greener pastures elsewhere where there's certainty. So we need to also pay attention to that. What are the implications of this search for funding, and what happens when it's not realizable, and probably you would have not moved in creating the necessary stability of putting permanent people to run the institution, what that means. So you may need to apply your minds on that, on what could be really a best way to manage such a transition, looking at the risk that if there's no funding to acquire, what then happens, or should you be waiting for another term of office where the legislative amendments may then kick in. I think it's important to look at that. But I think the last point really, Minister, is that it may not need really for you to come back and be summoned to come before the committee. Just this information that we're asking for, which will include these slides that were presented on today and were not part of the information we've had. And the slides are talking to some progress that is made at a certain level, which is also important for South Africans out there to know this is what is happening in the skills of pollution. This is what is happening in the other areas of work. So that will be helpful for members to communicate with facts before them, even with numbers, that the numbers are factual and they can be felt, because these are happening in wards where people live. I think that's what we would need going forward. As I say, you may not need to have yourself appearing before the committee, but you can clarify those, and our content advisors could also help us to best interpret the information that would be put before us. So otherwise, we are really grateful that you have made this presentation and enlighten the committee on where things are. So that's how I would want to summarize, honorable members, the discussions of just heard. As I said, Honorable Minister, I will ask the GCIS to speak on the MEC Council side as we give you some break. But I said again that if you are ready at this point to give us a sense of direction on the next item that we'll take at the end today on the SETA, that you can do that, but otherwise we'll be giving to the GCIS. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Chair, I think it's a common cause now that I think it's a common cause. I'm trying to do something here. It's fine, it's all right. I think it's a common cause. Sorry, Chair, I'm trying to correct something technically here. Thank you. I think it's a common cause that having removed the board last year and installed a new board that was challenged. And then I'm sure we must have read the order. The order, amongst other issues, it speaks about the suspension of the interim board and then the suspension of the removal of the former board. I have been afforded documentary evidence now, Chair, that having decided to appeal those documents have been filed with the relevant institution. I've got them on my record now. At a risk of, because I don't think this is the platform where you would want to debate this, but I thought it's important just to say the following. There are two critical things that are in the order, which that do not assist one. The order says suspend the interim board. When we speak now, we don't have an interim board. We have a fully appointed board by cabinet, duly so. It would have been useful for any court to pronounce on the board in terms of its current status. We don't have an interim board. Secondly, just one other fact that only 3 directors took us to court. In other words, if you were to follow this order as it is, let's say indeed we had an interim board, you would only have the 3 directors, it means no board. So I'm just sharing 1 or 2 examples at a risk of finding ourselves discussing what we're not supposed to discuss. That all what I'm saying is that in our view, the order purely on facts renders itself unimplementable. And there's a number of other issues that I wouldn't want to waste the board, the time of the portfolio committee on. And in terms of the law, when you institute an institution or a body, you need to acknowledge the one that is existing and its proper status and pronounce on that one. So on facts and other issues, we've submitted the appeal has been filed, and the convention therefore is that once that has been done, the order then stays suspended until the appeal process has been resolved. So in our view, Chair, the current board is duly in place until proper legal interventions okay. That's the list I wanted to share with the committee. I'm not sure to what extent does it assist. I'm done, Chair.
Mr. I'm not sure when I saw this because of my gadget. There were times when I can't hear you. So that's why probably it's taking longer before I come in until you were indicating you are done. But I did get the gist of what you were presenting. Make no mistake. So that's the feedback, honorable members, with regard to one aspect in that earlier input that we got from the minister. We'll have to process that. But as I said, honorable minister would then want to check first if there are members anyway want any clarity from you, so that I leave this part and get to the GCIS. Any member who would want clarity or comment on this aspect that the minister is dealing with? Honorable Bodlani, followed by Honorable Mlala.
I don't know if Honorable Malala has his hand up or it's just a very legacy hand. Chair.
Is that a legacy hand? No, sorry. I thought it's a new hand. Okay, you can proceed, Honorable Bodlani.
Chairperson, I think what we are reading in the papers about what is happening at SETA is of great concern. And notwithstanding that the court ruling and the objections and the facts that the minister has put in front of the committee this morning in terms of the technical matters, in terms of the number of former board members who have taken SETA to court versus them not being able to correct in any way or any way, and then the court pronouncing on an interim board when it's a fully constituted board. I think at the heart of my concern is, where does this leave the operations of SETA? With the recent departure of the CEO, managing director, I'm not sure if we have been appraised on who is acting in that position and what plans are there, how fast the minister is moving to and the board to fill that position. The operations of SETA, notwithstanding the strike that we saw late last year, how is all of this and this is with full appreciating that the minister is taking the matter forward. He's not accepting the court ruling as is, and that is of course within his right. How is this affecting the day-to-day running of SETA? And I always bring it to the elections that are upcoming in hopefully May, until we'll know when the president makes the pronouncement. And SETA being the backbone of government information technology. And we saw how a small glitch in the system of SETA, in the absence of leadership, just cripples the country. How is the minister going to assist in ensuring that SETA, nothing falls through the cracks while the court proceedings and the appointments happen? Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Mlala, it's a legacy hand, right? We'll now allow the minister, if you want to reflect now on the
Thank you.
question.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Let me say, because greater part of what Honorable Bodlani is saying will be responded to at 6 p.m. because it's very genuine. But I just want to say, at 6 p.m., Honorable Bodlani will demonstrate to you the interventions we made in December after the unfortunate departure of the MD, who was quite a young, youthful and exciting. Because the issue of procurement, which has been a problem over years, continued to be a chronic problem that doesn't get resolved. Within my powers last year, I appointed about 5 experts in the sector just to go deep and analyze at state, because other departments were already applying to be exempted. That includes various provinces, that includes Premier Allen Wendy and others. We will share with you at 6 o'clock that that MTT has actually given us a platform to understand what exactly what state SETA it is and the path going forward. And I want to reassure the member, to my pleasant comfort, that intervention is intervention. I was taking a chance because I was stressed. It is proving to be a correct intervention. We have appointed an acting MD from outside the institution for a number of reasons, which we can share with you at 6 o'clock. I'm not sure, Chair, because this matter will be dealt with at 6, if just to allay Honorable Berlane's fear, which will be, that allay will also be reinforced at about 6 o'clock. If you so allow, Chair, thank you.
Yes, Minister. Am I audible now? Because I've allowed you, Minister.
You are audible, Chair.
Okay. I want to, so that we do not drag the discussion when there's an actual item, is to agree that we have now got feedback. We'll also, Minister, check what is available in terms of options for us, because we've communicated even to external stakeholders that the meeting is at 6 that focuses on this. So they may not be following these discussions, but interested in that item. So it makes sense to only deal in detail with the matters as we get to the 6 o'clock. And then, of course, the input would cover most of the questions that may have not even been asked by this at this time, including those that have been asked. So we agree with that, Minister, that we'll take it up at that level. But like I'm saying, we also want to get an opportunity to consult on options we have as Parliament in the best handling of the item, because the item is clear. It's the revised APPs and all matters that relates to what the department and the ministry can also take us to. So it shouldn't be like there's difficulty, but at least we're moving there, honorable members, with an understanding that the matter is upheld as per the report of the minister. I want us, Minister, to close it there at this point, so that we're able to take GCIS, get done with them. The other items are more of the committee, that we're able to come back at 6 to deal with SETA in some sort of detail. Is that understood?
Do you want us to remain for GCIS, Honorable Chair?
No, Minister. That's the reason I wanted to conclude and taking even an item that's after GCIS. Initially, I said I wanted us to close there so that we can be able to release people who need to be released as we get.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Yes. So you're free to offload as entities and the department. As we get to GCIS, I'm not sure who's on the platform at this point. I did see Mr. Hene, so and so. Can we get GCIS to present and then indicate to delegation?
Thank you, Chair, Honorable Chair, members of the Portfolio Committee, and thank you for the opportunity to present on the Marketing and Advertising Charter Council, abbreviated MEC. This council was established in March 2022 when the Minister in the Presidency appointed industry experts to form a council that will drive development and transformation and develop a sector code. Right now in the platform, I have my colleague who is Sandile Nene, who will take us through the progress. To date, Sandile is the Chief Director for Media Policy, and we are joined by the Chairperson of MEC Council, Mr. Angelo Tandi, and the Deputy Chair in the name of Mati Okaba. And my name is Rekhumuditswe Mavimbela. I'm the DDG at GCIS. Over to you, Sandile. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you so much, Rako. And yeah, and I'm not too sure whether I'm unable to share the presentation. Chair, is a possibility that I could share so that we can start. But Chair, whilst we're doing that, I think we need to start by appreciating the opportunity that's been given to us, and also say that if we responded to the very same portfolio committee on communication that called the meeting in 2001 with the DTI, GCIS, and the industry, where they wanted transformation to take place, especially because the advertising at the time, which is still relevant even to date, is a sector that is very influential in terms of shaping perceptions. And in terms of shaping perceptions and generally the perceptions, and also to drive the economy of this country. And that it was also at a later stage around 2001 that the very same portfolio committee on communications conducted the public hearings, and the outcome was still the same. So where you are, Chair, is that without giving you the information that you know, we'll then rather focus on some of the areas, the commonalities between the work of GCIS as well as the work that the industry experts which have been appointed to drive transformation. What is the link? So we start, Chair, with something which is quite critical, Chair, on slide 2, Chair, that if you look at one of the strategic outcomes of GCIS is to ensure a transformed print and digital media, community media, as well as the MEC sector. In particular, because today we are speaking about the MEC sector, we are speaking about a sector that is self-regulated, which in terms of the market structure is worth billions of rands. However, the market structure and the market size is that of the oligopoly, which is a sector really dominated by global networks and very few local entities who have really made this right. And in so doing, Chair, we then say, but where do we find this? So we start with the legislative framework that, Chair, the legislative mandate to set up both the sector code as well as the sector council is found in Statement 003 of the amended Codes of Good Practice under Section 9 of the DE Act. Now, what it says is that it also then says that the Minister in the Presidency responsible for communication, in this case for GCIS, is a sector sponsor of the transformation agenda, while the Minister of DTI is responsible and is a custodian of all the transformation charter council that we have in this country. So then therefore the responsibility of the Minister of DTI, for instance, also includes the issue of approving and gazetting of codes, whether it would be the construction, transport, petroleum, tourism sector code, financial services. That becomes the responsibility of the Minister of DTI, whilst the Minister of Communications of SAGCIS, in this case in the Presidency, is responsible to set up the sector council by making sure that there's a call for nomination, working with the industry, of course, in line with the Act. The law then provides that the majority of the sector players should come from the private sector, institution that is affected. That's why most of the sector players that you have are drawn from the industry. So you do both the nominees that will come from organized industry association, as well as those that will come from the public. In the main, Chair, briefly, any sector council or sector board is one of the strategic vehicle to drive transformation, economic transformation at a sector level. And that's exactly what we have. So what we have here, Chair, in terms of the presentation, if there's anything that we had to leave out, is 2 areas of work, in fact 3 that you need to, as a committee, look out for. One, that the functions now of the sector council, once it has been set up, is to ensure that you oversee and monitor the implementation of sector code. So the provision in the code, you check whether there's regulatory compliance by the sector, from the smallest player to the HSC listed company, because the sector code is set up in terms of the section 9.1, which gives it a legal status. The second thing, which is quite important for the committee going forward and the relationship sector council, is that the sector council is there to ensure that transformation in the MEC sector is promoted, monitored, and reported. And how is that done? Every financial year, the sector council, which is MEC, will then produce the annual transformation report or annual report, which measures the state of transformation. And that report, once produced, will be sent to the minister, which is the non-function minister, the DTI, the BE Commission, as well as the BE Presidential Advisory Committee, Advisory Council in the presidency. So that's and also to ensure that transformation is measured. The other thing that is quite important, Chair, the reason why we are still sitting with the 2016 sector code that was gazetted, and we've only dealt with the revision of the sector code, is quite important that the members that have been appointed are there to ensure that they breathe life into the sector code, because the law only says the sector code, the existing sector code, can only be developed or amended in terms of alignment or revision or revised by the sector council, not by government. And then also in terms of the time frame, that the revision of each sector code, especially in our case, the sector code is revised every 4 years in terms of the current sector code. However, even now that we've just concluded the revision, Chair, if the codes of good practice were to be amended and there are certain elements that affect the sector code, we would need to go and revise it. Chair, what I'm going to then do, I'm going to, in the interest of time, just do a summary, and I'm not going to go through the presentation, but except to say that the principles, Chair, that was also followed was that in the appointment process, there are principles that are applied. One of those is that the minister at the time appointed the chairperson, and then the members of the subcommittee chairs and the deputy chairs were appointed by council. And each of our council members are also supported by GCIS, hence I serve as the interim secretariat until such time that the 4-year incubation period has concluded, and thereafter the Charter Council will be able to appoint its own personnel, and they will also have its own headquarters. What's important, Chair, is that there are 4 engine rooms that generate the work of the Charter Council. For instance, the governance and finance, this is a committee that should really go out and fund, because one of the limitations in the law, not just affecting the Charter Council, the MEC, but it's affecting all other Charter Council. There's a limitation, and I think the unintended consequences in the legislation, Chair, that it doesn't really talk about who then finances the upkeep and the going concern of the council, because transformation is important. But then there's a loophole in the legislation. So what we've done is that members of the council are then implement the various fundraising strategies, but there's a governance element, because we also don't want to take money from institutions that could or are risk to the work of the Charter Council. The research and monitoring, Chair, as you see, the members that are there, this is a committee that must give us research. What is because remember, part of the transformation agenda is also about building and ensuring that we expand the sector so that we can increase the MEC sector's contribution to the GDP in this country. And so that's the research that they sit with. But at the same time, this is a committee that must make sure that the annual report that maybe you get, Chair, should really be done. Consumer awareness, we want to ensure that every work that the Charter Council does is promoted, and then everybody understand and they are made aware of the work that is done. Lastly, Chair, in terms of the last bit, is the planning strategy and regulation is quite key, because one of the principles and the objectives of a sector council is to also then lead the industry on issues that affects it. So for instance, one of the issues that the Charter Council has been dealing with now is the draft regulations which was issued by the Department of Health around food labeling regulations, which has unintended consequences to the industry. It's the same, Chair, with the National Liquor Policy in 2016 that had been issued by the DTI, which was at the same time, the principle was there to say, how do we then avoid advertising of unhealthy food as well as alcohol? But we look at what are the unintended consequences in the sector, because who are the biggest spenders? What does that do to the various agencies, to the various different bodies, whether it will be outdoor and all of those things? And then we provide alternatives so that we can coexist. So now that you know this, I'm going to skip this slide because it talks about this thing. What have we done so far, Chair? The Sector Council has revised the sector code, as you indicated, that we couldn't do it because there was no sector council. And in doing so, there are a few things that we've lifted. One was the definition in the sector, in the current sector code. For instance, one of the definition which was becoming a bit problematic was that the definition of who is supposed to be in the sector council was that it said anyone who generates more than 51% of their revenues from advertising. And now that gave us a bit of a challenge, because if you look at free-to-air broadcasters, including public broadcasters, they get more than that, whilst they are not under the MEC, and these are also licensed operators by ICASA. So we had to really deal with the definition. The other thing that we also dealt with, Chair, is that we have something called the need for the private sector to intervene in programs, national programs, which are run by government. For instance, where we now, in terms of the revised sector code, we've got something that says anyone who runs a digital billboard within a radius of about 16 or 50 kilometers, they have a responsibility to then provide an alternative energy solution, either to a nearby school or to an SME for, obviously, for positive viewpoints. The other thing which is quite critical is the issue that keeps on coming in terms of the national programs, the GBABF, that we now have, and we've now provided clarity around how this sector must ensure that we become responsible in our offering, in our messaging, and how do we then work with the marketers, the Marketing Association of South Africa is part of us, to ensure we spread the word so that we end the gender-based violence pandemic. We also then, Chair, which would be interesting, that in the key areas, which was part of the preferential procurement, one of the key offerings now is that the private sector would have to, as part of the preferential procurement points, advertise and place advertising through community media. And the case would be, but what if my audience are not there? Anything that you do to sustain community media will also be given BE points. We've also provided for the equity equivalence for international companies, Chairperson, so that, which was not there, to say how do we then address the transformation of international companies which are here? Yes, we know that some of the multinational companies would not dilute their shareholding, but how then do we deal with those things? So we place that. What is also critical is the cost of and net cost of sales, which means, Chair, what we are trying to do is when we are transforming, we want to transform the back end and the front end of companies. So because what we've also picked up during the public consultations is that there are companies that are doing so well, but they're doing business with untransformed companies. So the net effect of that is you'll find that a company will declare bankruptcy, but they are getting money from the untransformed company that would have charged even beyond the market rate anyway. So that's the part. So we are going to skip this one. Where we are, Chair, we are at the point where if we can get obviously the letter of support from the line function ministry so that we can deal with other proceeding phases. We are told, Chairperson, that the minister has requested to a workshop. It's going to be after the 15th of March so that the minister can be taken through. So we are hoping that this would provide. And after that, the Sentech Council would also then provide feedback to the industry as a whole so that both the verification agencies and the industry would know what they are likely to see. And then what is the time frame? Because there's also a period that we have also provided to say between the date of Gazette, we would have proposed a certain date to say we would want the companies to start making sure that the businesses comply. Chairperson, in the main, one of the things that we have done and beyond and with our limited resources is to also then look at how then we segment our offering. We had the inaugural Women's Day event, which we are hoping that if we can have funders, we'll definitely be able to continue with it. And one of the things that we're picking up as a Charter Council is how do we then, the sector council, because it is a sector-based intervention, how do we deal with issues that are affecting women? To progress in our sector. Yes, we have amended the code, both in terms of women at board, in terms of the numbers of women or Black-owned people who can vote and all of those things, but we are looking at what needs to be done. What are some of the procurement challenges facing women-owned businesses in our sector? And then we dealt with that. And one of the, I think the highlight during the venture was that we had companies that actually pledged support, and the council would obviously going forward be monitoring the compliance based on these pledges that were sent. Chair, these are some of the pictorial description of what we've done, and as part of the evidence. Chair, the one element which I spoke about was that the slide is that one of the things that we are trying to do, which we are going to invite you, Chair, to the launch, but subject to a number of things, is that the Charter Council is planning on launching the new corporate identity from where we were to where we are going, and we're looking at the dates which will be given. The other thing, Chair, whilst I'm on the invitation, which is quite critical, is that the Charter Council is leading a first of its kind. We are leading the World Out of Home Conference, which is the conference that's going to be sitting in Africa for the first time in its establishment of the institution. I think the institution is about 64 years old, and it's going to be based in Cape Town. I'm sure through the processes we'll invite members of the committee to that as well. But going back here, these are some of the offering in terms of the new outlook. All of these things, Chair, including the website, because right now we are seated at GCIS. We have a web page at GCIS. However, we are going to have our own website, which will be launched in the offering. And then all of these things have been done through a partnership with the private sector, because we get donations for us to be able to work. Chair, some of the issues that we've had, these are some of the partners, Chair, that we have been able to work with, where they have provided mainly in-kind support, and then of course some of them are promising. But I think at the heart of it is this legislative page that talks about where does the money come from for the sector, because if you look at the current financial climate, if we don't find anyone who comes and support the Sector Council, it means we might have issues around what the Sector Council means. I must say, Chair, that the out of the 316 CVs that we bought, we have these 25 men and women who are not paid anything, despite the law saying, Chair, that they should be paid stipends in line with the Treasury regulation. But they understood the fact that as GCIS, we are a small budget department, but it might not hold for too long. Chair, these are some of the things that we have also planned as part of the fundraising activities, the golf days, the summit. Also, we want to look at having awards for the most transformed institutions, just to encourage in institutions to move towards the compliance levels that we would want. And of course, then there's a budgetary alignment that, or at least there's an amount that we are hoping to get. And we are hoping that maybe members of parliament will be kind enough to contribute whatever they can. Chair, the one thing that we have towards the closure is that we have as part of that provision in the sector code that says you support your line function minister in the programs that are relevant to you. We are hoping, and we have also clarified the permission which is to be given, the rights which were given to have a private sector led 30 years of freedom celebration that would unpack where the sector came from. The first advert, for instance, that was done. But obviously, those would be subject to the funding and the partnership that we have. And I'm going to just run through, Chair, because it's self-explanatory. We are hoping that some of the campaigns, and we are hoping that at large, in its entirety, our campaign will benefit everybody in the sector, because we are looking at the different regions in which we would want to showcase our offering and our presence, which is in Africa, in SADC, and then of course, then we have one or two European countries that we are targeting, including BRICS. The objectives are the same: to celebrate, Chairperson, and to ensure that, I mean, the democracy we have is not valued, because we understand from the MEC and from the creativity point of view, perception matters. How then do we make sure that at least we contribute and we inspire the very same commitment for the next 30 years of democracy in this country? And then these are some of the activation examples where there will be, for instance, a book detailing the history of South Africa, but mainly the history of South Africa in 30 years, looking at the MEC industry, where it is, how it is, because the MEC industry has grown significantly, Chairperson, from where it was to what it is. I mean, just one of the things that in looking at, Chair, is that we are still very pained by the fact that despite the billions of rand, if you look at the research by Statista, which was released last year, there's one company that got in excess of 5 billion, and that company is not transformed. So the essence of having a structure like this becomes more pronounced. Chairperson, these are some of our partners, some of whom have, for instance, the Women's Day was sponsored by GCDT. MultiChoice has come to the party. From time to time, we do have Brand South Africa within our stable coming to us. But I think the more we get maybe stable funding, the better it would be. Chair, with those few words, Chair, I'm going to end our presentation. And thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you. As you will share, I'll be checking if there are members who want to make a contribution on the presentation. Members who want to make a contribution?
This is Angelo Tandy, the chair. I think we are all good, Chair. I think Mr. Nene has covered us quite well.
That's that from council members. And now check honorable members of parliament if there are those who would want to now ask questions of clarity or make comments. It seems there's no hand. Ajira?
No hands on my side, Chair.
No hand. I take it that it's a pretty straightforward presentation. Of course, we'll have to monitor the gazetting part of it. May I just check on that? That necessarily the implementation is after the gazetting. Mr. Nene.
Chair, yes, for the revised sector code, yes.
But we'll have to press on yourselves to get everything else that needs to be done before that gazetting is done, that it is done. And of course, it's a long overdue matter for such a sector. But we should really support the work you are doing in ensuring that the space is transformed. With that, we must thank you for coming forward to present. That thing from now on, we'll also be knowing the members of the council as they perform in different spaces that they are also helping the sector to transform. So we thank you for that. You can stay or float as we get to the last two items before we take a break. Otherwise, thank you. Yeah, we would have agreed that item 4, it's really a briefing from the committee support staff that have been handling the matter, which will be a few minutes, and then get to the last two items. In the two items, you'd remember item 7 would have dealt with it. There was just one issue that related to the NAPA hosting the committee, the legal clarity on whether that is sponsorship or not for declaration report. Otherwise, it shouldn't take us longer. So other minutes. Item 5, like I said, we'll move to the next meeting. So Mr. Koma, Dr. Mitubi, Shira, that's actually the collective committee support work regarding the bill. So let's get a presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Chair and honorable members. Chair, if I can just request Hajira to, thank you so much. As I share the document that I will be talking to Chair, as you had indicated, it's a very short presentation, which is mainly looking at the SABC bill as we are today, tabling the documents, the submission that had been received. Chair, this is just the objective of the bill, which seeks to repeal the Broadcasting Act to regulate continued existence of the SABC SOC Ltd and to provide for its governance, to append the Independent Communications Authority of South Africa 2000 and the ECA Act 2005, and to provide for matters connected therewith. And Chairperson, the intention is to provide an update on the call that this committee made for public to make submissions on the SABC SOC Ltd Bill. Chairperson, just to give a brief background, the bill was referred to the committee for consideration and report on Friday, 13th of October 2023, and it was classified as a Section 75 bill by the JTM, and the department introduced the bill in the meeting of this committee on 31 October 2023. We then advertised a call for members of the public and organizations to make submissions to the bill on 18 November last year. and the set closing date at the time was the 15th of December 2023. However, we received numerous requests, as the committee will be aware, as the statement that sought to extend the closing date was shared with the members, and then the new closing date became the 16th. And at the time, Chairperson, we received 17 submissions, and we received also 3 letters supporting a submission, if I can mention, of MMA, SOS, and SANEF. And 10 of the submissions, Chair, indicated interest in making oral presentations to the committee. Chair, now the way forward, Chair, is that we are now today tabling these submissions to the committee, so we will make the copies of all the submissions available in 2 ways. We will try and use an application to transfer documents to members, but we'll also share a link where members can use to access the document on the parliamentary management system, which is Uvimba, storage system, which is Uvimba. Chairperson, as per the approved program, both by this committee and the Office of the House Chairperson, we have set the 2 dates, 22 and 23rd of February, for public hearings to take place in hybrid. And the physical venue will be the committee room S26 in the National Council of Provinces here at Parliament. Chairperson, we've just made a list. This will all be made available to members when we distribute the document. This is just a list of the persons and organizations that have made submissions in relation to the SABC bill. Chairperson, the content advisors have already prepared analysis of all the submissions that have been made, and as prepared by Mr. Malega, I'll then maybe request him to talk to this point. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Ngoma. Afternoon, honorable members, and thank you for the opportunity. Perhaps maybe to also indicate that we had 2 of the total submissions that were written in Afrikaans, and we're still undergoing the translation from the help of the language services unit. Safe to say that, Chairperson, in terms of the analysis that we did, we tried as much as possible to also, adapt to technological changes. So we did use some tools, artificial intelligence tools, to kind of assist with the analysis. And of course, we had some probing questions that we, inputted on the system, so that then we could get the kind of responses that we were looking for. And these are some of the questions, not limited to this, but there's more. And lastly, Chair, on the next slide, Mr. Ngoma. Are you still there, Mr. Ngoma? Okay. So yeah, so the document that we have compiled should really just kind of give you an insight into the overall contents of the submissions, and as key areas, which is really looking at the concerns and challenges, summaries of each individual submission, with the exception of the Afrikaans one, because in this particular version of the analysis document, we could not have included them, as we have not received any responses just yet from the language services. And lastly, it looks at the overall recommendations and proposed solutions for the bill. I'd like to leave it there, Honorable Chair. I don't know if my colleagues have anything to add. We thought that we would just give an overview, not necessarily delve into the actual contents before the public hearings. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Malega, and thank you very much, Chair. As Mr. Malega indicated, we just have 2 very short submissions that were made in Afrikaans, and I'm expecting those documents to reach my office at any given time. So we will only then distribute the analysis document once we have captured those translations. Other than that, thank you very much, Chair.
To committee support team. Thank you to the team. I'm sure members will then receive their documentation so that we are able to go through it before we engage in such hearing. I take it that that was really about bringing us to speed, not for engagement on the bill itself. And I'm sure for members who have been following some of the radio programs, some of those that have made submissions have already been taking up the matters that they've submitted to the committee on those platforms. But of course, it was not to enter the discussion at this point, because only now that the committee is aware and would be able to apply its mind on what has been submitted. But of course, we also have requests, as you would have seen on the list, for those that have given indication that they would want to also make oral representation. We will also, Honorable Mazone and Honorable Bodlan, also check legally what does it mean if the Democratic Alliance has submitted a separate application having representation in the committee, so that we do not deprive you of the right to participate, but also protect the committee from what can be termed a conflict of interest in us considering matters before the committee. So by the time we get to a discussion, I think all those would be cleared. But we must once again appreciate the response we have received, given what we would have experienced when we were dealing with the Post Bank, as well as the SAPO bills. I think the response that we received in the first round has been quite good in terms of numbers, but also in terms of the stakeholders themselves, given what they command in the sector. So we appreciate that, and surely members will be objective as they look at what is submitted for our consideration. So that was the item on the briefing on the SABC amendment bill. We will now move to the next item.
The next item, Chairperson, is the adoption of the committee report. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, there was agreement on this document. Of course, would have registered concerns of the Democratic Alliance that they would still want to apply their minds, both on the legacy report and the support. But in this report in particular, I thought you'd give us feedback on the part that talked to the NAB hosting under sponsorship, whether to declare it there or what is the legal position. Can we get that so that we now formally agree to the report?
Chairperson, we looked at that. Mr. Ngoma, can you just assist in this regard? Thank you.
Chair, my apologies. I just missed that point.
No, what we want to check, yes, what we want to check is in relation to, there was just one matter, otherwise we agreed to the report, but of course recorded the reservations of the Democratic Alliance as they want to consult both on the annual report and the legacy report. But there was a matter wanted clarity on that the committee during that oversight, there would be no step by the NAB, whether that would be regarded as sponsorship or not.
Oh, thank you, Chairperson. Ordinarily, on those issues, Chair, we get we often ask for the amounts, the amount of the a sponsorship, and then once we've received that amount, and then members declare that individually when they're doing their declarations, same as the staff members, not as a committee as such. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay. No, but in this instance, this is not for individual members, but the hosting thereof, is it recognized, legally speaking, as sponsorship or not? Because that was the area we referred it back for. So I wanted it placed on record that it is not, or it is. So that if it is captured under that item, so that it doesn't say there are no sponsorships. So if it is not, at least we know that it is not, and therefore that's why it's not captured. I think that's what it is. So I'm not sure if content advisors or actually there was something I saw that said no. I was asking myself what that means.
Yes, Chair. Just to add on, we did confer that did not, it was not regarded as sponsorship. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. So on this one, Mr. Ngoma, we didn't receive anything except the plates, which may be minimal in terms of what is declared by papers. So for as long that is cleared, members can I then take it that we still agree to the report, of course, recording the reservations of the Democratic Alliance as it concerns on the agreed? So that we move.
Great, Chair.
So it seems no objection. Honorable Mtakane agrees. We'll move to the next item, minute.
Could we get a seconded, Chair? Chairperson.
We're not dealing with minutes?
Chairperson, we needed a seconded to that report, Chair. We have got one member.
Okay, for record. Honorable Mtakane did move.
Chair. Yes.
Honorable Mtakane did move. Can get the other member to second so that we move. Otherwise, there was no objection except to record reservation.
Second, Chair.
Honorable Kumbu seconds. So there's no objection, then the report is agreed to with those reservations. Can then move to minutes. We now present the minutes of Tuesday, the 30th of January, 2024. On a page by page, as usually do. Just go up. Get a bit slow as you get to the report so that we check if you've captured that. Okay. If there are no corrections, I then get a mover and seconder for adoption of minutes.
Honorable Chair, I move for the approval of the minutes.
Honorable Mdagane moves. Can I get a seconder? Trying to get a seconder so that the minutes are approved properly.
A second, Chair.
Kumbu seconds. No objection in us adopting the minutes? Objection agreed to. I take it that that was the last item.
That's the last item, Chair.
Yes, and therefore we'll resume at 18 hours. As I said, honorable members are also checking with the legal advisors on our side so that we also protect Parliament. That under the circumstances, how do we approach that item? But we can only discuss that when we get to that item. So in between, we'll be trying to get that assistance on how to handle this matter of SETA.
Chairperson,
Yes.
just to indicate that we'll use the same link, Chairperson, for tonight. Thank you.
Okay, so as you hear, same link. But the other point I wanted to raise, honorable members, which is with regards to the program, we said it's a living document, yes. But I think there was an oversight on our side, all of us, in not effecting some of the resolutions we took and put them in the program. One of those is us getting reports from the Oversight Committee on the BRP in the SAP matter, which is an oversight committee that includes National Treasury Department and SAPO. And the intention is really to get monthly reports, learning from the experiences in the SABC matter of GTEC, experiences in some of the interventions in the entities where there were executive caretaker people that were put in. For those who remember, in USAASA, it was Mr. Ford, there was Mr. Case in the SETA as executive caretakers. We've also seen as members of Parliament that there was also a PRP in the South African Airways. So we really have to keep our eyes on the ball, that the PRP process in the main must benefit the turnaround of SAP as an entity. So we'll have to bring that back in the program in such a way that if it's not the appearance, but we can still get reports in writing so that in the public space, we can also speak with facts that are presented before us. So that's one. Of course, the second thing will really be to get some bit of focus on the broadband connectivity as well as the PDM as two major projects for the. So those are the two main issues which we think was probably an oversight on our side as we're looking at the program that in particular SAPO was not listed in the entities were to deal with. So that's basically what I thought I should communicate, honorable members, so that when we make that political application to include those, it shouldn't come to you as something new, but it's really to make a correction because we've already resolved on that as the committee. With that, honorable members, I must thank you. As you heard, we'll use the same link for 6 o'clock this evening. For now, the meeting stays adjourned.